December 9th, 2020 meeting of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors to order. This is our regular land use hearing, and unless there's a special meeting called, this will be our last meeting of the 2020 calendar year. In order to get started, let me ask our clerk of the board, Andrew Potter, to tell us the rules of procedures and to go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that all 5 supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. Additionally, before we begin, any members of the public that wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting, please review the instructions posted on the Clerk of the Board's webpage. I'll remind members of the public that have requested to speak to wait to dial into the meeting until the item is called. With that, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Jacob?
Here.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Present.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher here.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Here.
Chairman Cox?
Here. The first item we have on our agenda is a closed session report, and we'll call on our county counsel, Mr. Witt, to give us that report at this time.
Thank you. The Board of Supervisors met in closed session starting at 3:21 p.m. and adjourning at 3:50 p.m. The board took the following reportable actions. Item 32A, Voice of San Diego v. County of San Diego. With all 5 board members voting aye, authorize County Counsel to settle Voice of San Diego's attorney's fees claim for $48,103.21 in this California Public Records Act lawsuit, where Voice of San Diego sought a list of death certificates registered in the county that identified COVID-19 as the cause of death. Item 32B, South Bay United Pentecostal Church et al. V. Gavin Newsom et al. With 3 board members voting aye and Supervisors Desmond and Gaspar voting no, authorize County Counsel to appeal any adverse ruling of the District Court on the plaintiff's request for injunctive relief in this lawsuit challenging the state's COVID-19 health orders relating to religious assemblies. Item 32C, Midway Venture LLC et al. V. County of San Diego et al. With 3 board members voting aye and Supervisors Desmond and Gaspar voting no, authorize County Counsel to appeal any adverse ruling of the Superior Court on the plaintiff's request for injunctive relief in this lawsuit challenging the state's COVID-19 health orders relating to live nude entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. So we'll proceed on now to the approval of, non-agenda public comment. And it's my understanding that we have 2 written communications and then 4 individuals that have called in for non-agenda public comments. So Mr. Clerk, would you go ahead and deal with those items at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll begin with the written comments while those individuals who requested to call in dial in to the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to them. The first non-agenda public comment is from Jennifer Dunaway, and it reads, "Why do you continue to hear these comments from people on government overreach, yet you do nothing except dole out a bit of money and create a snitch line so we can tell on our neighbors? Every month you do nothing. Where are the outbreaks happening? Businesses other than retail, churches, salons, and gyms. Look at your own data. Why are we grouped with LA Mono? Why does construction and entertainment industry get a pass? File a lawsuit. We don't respect or listen to you or Wooten anymore." The second comment is from Laura Megazin. It reads, "I support redirecting funds that were previously used to house homeless in the jails by arresting them for public intoxication and other misdemeanor crimes that are not being used during the coronavirus. I support the redirection of funds to a service-based approach to house our homeless community with the most severe mental health disabilities. They need housing with guidance separate from the general community where outbursts are expected and not cause for putting them back onto the street." As mentioned, we have 4 individuals that have requested to call in. We'll go ahead and identify those callers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted, and then you'll need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller.
Yes, our first caller is 5557. 5557.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is David Flores, a resident of Chula Vista, past member and chair of the San Isidro Community Planning Group. And I would like to take a moment to personally thank Supervisor Cox for the collaborations and support for advancing equity and access in the community of San Isidro. 20 years ago, I arrived in San Diego to work with Casa Familiar as a Rose Fellow to help the nonprofit build better affordable housing projects. Your staff was extremely encouraging in those days and open to connecting me to and the agency to community resources that the county has to offer. I also currently sit as an APCD advisory committee member, and I look forward to continuing to be of assistance there and work through the transition into the new APCD board. Thank you, Supervisor Cox, for your support to the community, for revitalization, for border arts and culture, for the border to Bayshore Bikeway, for community infrastructure and investment. As you know, next year we will be celebrating 15 years of the front being open as a border arts community gallery on San Isidro Boulevard that has the same architect as the San Diego County Administration Building. Now advancing work for clean air, it's extremely important to recognize that you've been supportive and helpful in advancing what happens along the border and in our most disadvantaged communities. So I just want to take a moment to thank you, your staff, Danny Magosa, Michael De La Rosa, and other staff that have been very helpful. So thank you very much, and hopefully you can get some rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4592. 4592. And again, please press *6 to unmute yourself. 4592.
Good morning, Chair and fellow supervisors. Kathleen Lippett here. On behalf of all of those who work to protect youth from initiating and using harmful drugs, I would like to especially thank Supervisors Jacob, Gaspar, and Cox for always considering youth, their families, and vulnerable populations in their policy decisions. They bravely stood up to special interests industries like tobacco and marijuana and resisted marijuana lobbying efforts. Such independent voices are becoming increasingly uncommon among public electeds. We hope the newly organized board will continue the legacy of their independent spirit and desire to put the welfare of their constituents first, and leadership that recognize the growth and success of community residents, especially for youth. As an aside, CDC recommends lowering the time for quarantine to 7 to 10 days, which begs the question why the state is requiring a 3-week quarantine period. Destroying the economy seems to, and all private businesses seems to be the goal, rather than protecting the vulnerable populations that need to be protected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7234. 7234.
Good morning. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a mother of 3 adult sons who wanted to extend a special thank you to Kristen Gaspar for her tireless support of young people and for the policies that affect their lives. It has not gone unnoticed among parents like me that serving on the Board of Supervisors often is a thankless task. Parents respected all the energy, intelligence, dedication, heart, and soul you have invested on our behalf. Parents value your sure hand, Kristen, and asking questions about the ramifications to youth and to their families when public health policies like marijuana businesses were under discussion at the board level. You exemplify that ideal of servant leaders who put others before your own self-interest. May others be guided by your example. With admiration and great respect, I thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. And our last non-agenda speaker is 6598. 6598. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Judy Strang calling from District 3. I wanted to share some thoughts from watching the Board of Supervisors meeting yesterday and say my thank yous to departing Board of Supervisor member Jacob Cox and Gaspar. When I was at a PTA meeting last night, I mentioned to them Diane's volunteer work as a Board of Trustee member and then her leadership at the state level in behalf of school boards. And Greg Cox's experience with the League of California Cities. I've had a lot of experience with both those groups as a parent volunteer and as a public health advocate. And I know that working in both those organizations in a volunteer capacity enhanced all of our lives here in the county, and that you then began your work at the Board of Supervisors was really a gift to all of us. And that type of expertise that you brought to us on behalf of parents and community members without any political posturing was really a gift. Since I live in District 3 and I work with parent groups and public health organizations there, I've had an opportunity to watch Kristen Gaspar work first in the Encinitas Rotary and then the Encinitas City Council and then as mayor of Encinitas. We were all very pleased when you began your tenure at the Board of Supervisors because we knew we would have an advocate for youth sitting on the dais, and that was reassuring. We knew that you and your husband owned and operated small businesses and were raising children at the same time, something that is very anxiety producing. And again, we were reassured. So we want to thank you for your work ethic, and we want to give our appreciation to your very responsive staff, particularly Corinne Busta. And in closing, I would just like to dedicate these words to the 3 departing Board of Supervisors whom I feel are very much meet this description. Your gifts were not about you. Your leadership was not about you. Your purpose was never about you. A life of significance is about serving those who needed your gifts and your leadership and your purpose, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes non-agenda public communications this morning, Chairman Cox.
Very good. And we thank all of the public speakers, both written and oral, for your very kind comments. We'll move on now to the approval of the statement of proceedings and the minutes for the meeting of November 18th, 2020. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Gaspar, seconded by Supervisor Jacob. Is there any discussion? If not, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
We'll move on to the formation of the consent calendar. All items on today's agenda will be considered to be routine and will be acted upon by one motion, unless there's a desire on the part of the public or members of the board to pull items for further discussion. Let me start off asking the clerk of the board what items have been pulled by the public for further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 1 has been pulled by the public. Item 2 has been pulled by the public. Item 3 has been pulled by the public. Item 6 has been pulled by the public. Item 9 has not been pulled by the public, but there are options there for the board to consider, and staff needs direction on a number of those options. And item 16 is being continued to Wednesday, January 27th, 2021. All the remaining items on the Board of Supervisors agenda, as well as the County of San Diego Air Pollution Control Board agenda, may be placed in the consent calendar for your board's consideration.
Very good. Let me ask my colleagues now if they have items that they wish to pull or additional comments to make, starting with Supervisor Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bear with me. I have comments on a few. First, on item number 8, which is the Julian Community Heritage Foundation. It was formed in 2017 with a simple mission to find community projects that improve the quality of life for the Julian community. They instantly eyed a piece of property in the center of town that was once a gas station and termed by many as a very ugly eyesore for the entrance to the Julian community. The goal here is to develop a town center with local park amenities on this property. And some of those amenities include an amphitheater, a stage, bench seating, and some landscaping. The Julian Heritage Foundation will be the owners and operators of the Julian Town Square and will also be responsible for the development, operations, and maintenance of the park. This will truly be a jewel right at the entrance to Julian, and I want to thank all of those that were a part of the Community Heritage Foundation and county parks for their collaborative efforts to make this all possible. On number 9, I would recommend as part of the consent agenda, option number 3, which is the most cost-effective option to acquire the property. On item number 10, has to do with Sequan and the Sloan Canyon Trail, another project that's been in the works for quite a while. So the item today would award a construction contract for phase 1 of the Sequan Sloan Canyon Trail project and implement a new 4.9, almost 5-mile trail within the unincorporated communities of Crest, Dehesa, Granite Hills, Harbison Canyon for walking, bicycling, and horseback riding. This trail will provide a regional connection between the Sweetwater Loop Regional Trail, which I know Supervisor Cox and I really hope that that is completed at some point in time. But anyway, there'll be a connection there and also with the California Riding and Hiking Trail once all segments and phases are completed. Thanks to the leadership of Sequan and also the community for coming together on that. And then finally, item number 11, which is another good news story and an agreement that was reached some time ago with Verona and the Grossmont Union High School District on road improvements. So the action today will amend a funding agreement with the Verona Band of Mission Indians for construction of improvements on Wildcat Canyon Road, Willow Road, Ashwood Street, and Mapleview Street. The action will also approve an agreement with the Grossmont Union High School District for improvements at the entrance of El Capitan High School, including driveway improvements and a new traffic signal. This agreement will allocate an additional $1.5 million from Verona towards a $23 million roadway improvement project. The county will fund the remaining balance utilizing Transnet funds and other funding sources. Improvements will include signalization, intersection widening, and additional turn lanes and bypass lanes. I'd like to recognize and thank both Chairman Ed Romero and the Verona Tribal Council, as well as Superintendent Teresa Kemper and the Grossmont Union High School District Board for their efforts and dedication to support the safety and well-being of those in our communities, including the students that go to El Capitan High School. All of those who travel to the casino also, and also to county staff, my hat's off, in particular, Jeff Manita, Derek Gade, Bill Morgan, and Murali. Thank you for a job well done. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the consent agenda.
Hey, thank you, Supervisor Jacob. We'll move on to Supervisor Gaspar.
Thank you, Chairman. I have no additional comments or items to pull. I'll second the motion.
Okay, we'll move on now to Supervisor Fletcher.
No items to pull.
Okay, Vice Chairman Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no items to pull. However, I'd like to comment on 2 items. Item 12, first of all, this is establish appropriations and advertise award construction contracts for the 2020 Community Development Block Grants, CDBG, pedestrian facility improvement projects. And I want to thank staff for bringing this forward. Today's action will fund much needed sidewalk and pedestrian improvements in the community of Fallbrook, along Ammunition Road, West Aviation Road, and West Alvarado Street. So thank you very much. Item 17, this is the San Diego Revitalization and Assistant Program grants to provide support to the businesses in the unincorporated areas as they recover from COVID-19 health emergency. I want to thank Supervisor Gaspar for partnering with me on this program, and I'm happy to see businesses take advantage of these grants to help with minor improvements to meet the COVID requirements. So that is all I have, and no items to pull. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any items to pull, but I do have comments on one item, and that is item number 15, excuse me, which is the authorization to advertise and award a construction contract for the Sweetwater Summit Regional Park Campground Expansion Phase 2 project. This particular project is going to add an additional 34 campsites at the Summit Park Campground, which will bring the total number of campsites to 144 camper spaces. The average occupancy at Summit Park Campground is 90%, which makes it the highest occupancy campground we have on our county park system. But even more important is, as part of this project will be an expansion of phase 2 of the photovoltaic system that was partially put in a couple of years ago. With this expansion of the photovoltaic system, it's my understanding, according to the Parks Director, that this campground will become the first campground in our county system that will be 100% funded through savings on the utilities and the revenues that'll come in from the campsite reservations. So this is a great project. It's another example of how our Parks Department just does an outstanding job in not only being cost efficient, but in providing a quality facility for the citizens of San Diego County. And I want to thank Brian Albright and his staff for the great job that they've been doing, not only in this campground, but all the other campgrounds we have in our system, including the one that's under construction right now in the Tijuana River Valley, which will be our newest campsite that should be completed early next year. And then, of course, we're working with the Boy Scouts on a campground at Otay Lake County Park, which should be done hopefully by the end of this year. That's the only comment that I have, and it's my understanding we just need to get a point of clarification. Supervisor Jacob has provided some direction on options on item number 9, and it's my understanding that we need to specify that that's option 3A. Is that correct, Supervisor?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to go ahead those items that will be on the consent calendar. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board will be voting on all items on the agenda with the exception of the following items that have been pulled by the public. Items 1, 2, 3, and 6. And just to note for the record again that item 16 is being continued to Wednesday, January 27th.
Okay, we do have a motion by Supervisor Gaspar, seconded by Supervisor Jacob. If there's no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob.
Aye, but I think I made the motion and Supervisor Gaspar seconded it.
Thank you, Supervisor Jacob. Supervisor Gaspar.
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond.
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. I think what we'll do is take item 1 and then go to item 3, and then we'll finish up with item 2 and 6. Item 1 is a notice public hearing. This is an adoption of the Camp Lockett Master Plan and Rezone. And I note that we have a couple of speakers on this item. Does staff have a presentation they want to make on this?
Mr. Chairman, we do have a presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Before the staff presentation begins, for those members of the public that requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. You will be muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and Supervisors. I'm Eric Lardy with Planning and Development Services, and I will be presenting item number 1, the Camp Lockett Master Plan and Rezone. The proposed master plan is the result of a collaborative effort between the county, the Camp Lockett Interest Group, the Campo Lake Morena Community Planning Group, and other community stakeholders. The proposed Camp Lockett Master Plan and Rezone will add a section to the county zoning ordinance to provide for specific zones that will allow for civic and community-oriented uses. The rezone will be applicable to the portions of Camp Lockett that are owned by the Camp Lockett Interest Group. The Camp Lockett Interest Group is comprised of nonprofits and 1 school district. The group intends to use the property for the benefit of the public by providing additional community services and preserving the historic aspects of the property. As part of the master plan, staff developed design guidelines to ensure that future development maintains high-quality architecture that embraces the Camp Lockett's historical and cultural context. The Camp Lockett property consists of approximately 400 acres located in the unincorporated county within the Campo Lake Marina sub-regional group area. Camp Lockett was historically used as a U.S. military encampment. Within the first year of establishing Camp Lockett, the Army transferred the installation to the Buffalo Soldiers, and by the end of World War II, Camp Lockett was one of the last mounted cavalry bases built in the United States. The county acquired most of the Camp Lockett property in 1950 from the federal government, with another portion from the Mountain Empire Unified School District in 1979. Portions of the property are improved with buildings constructed for the Camp Lockett military post, with additional structures built for county use when the County Probation Department operated the Campo Juvenile Ranch facility on a portion of the site from the 1960s until 2015. On March 1st, 2016, the board approved conveyance of approximately 167 acres for the Camp Lockett Event Equestrian Facility to maintain and improve the property and complement the unique character of Camp Lockett and the surrounding community. Also on July 19, 2016, the board approved the donation of approximately 123 acres to San Ysidro Health, 24 acres to the Mountain Empire Unified School District, and 100 acres to the Pacific Southwest Railway Museum. The board also directed staff to complete a master plan and create new zoning for the area. These directions are related to the work that the county started with local stakeholders in the 1990s, intended to memorialize Camp Lockett's historic significance through the creation of a historic park. Prior board direction resulted in the preparation of the Camp Lockett Framework Management Plan in 2007, and the listing of the property on the San Diego County Local Register of Historic Places and the Camp Lockett Historic District as a California Historical Landmark. As part of this collaboration, the Camp Lockett Interest Group was created. The organizations that are part of the Camp Lockett Interest Group will work with the county in implementation of the master plan. The master plan will provide additional services to the community while preserving existing historical resources. It will facilitate redevelopment of the site by streamlining SEQA review and by creating a site review permit process. Several technical studies were prepared to evaluate potential environmental impacts associated with the master plan. These studies can be used by the Camp Lockett Interest Group during future discretionary reviews and SEQA evaluations for their projects. Additional analysis may be required on a case-by-case basis to evaluate and reduce potential impacts, including but not limited to vehicle miles traveled, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and traffic. The master plan is also creating a new site plan review process. Under the current zoning, only public uses are allowed on the site. Therefore, most of the proposed uses are either not allowed or would require a major use permit. Additionally, no alterations to buildings are allowed because the site is within a historic district. The rezone will allow the proposed uses and establish a discretionary site plan review process that will allow the renovation of existing buildings. The site plan process has a lower cost and is streamlined compared to a major use permit. A major use permit has an average cost of approximately $75,000, is approved by the Planning Commission, and can be appealed to the Board of Supervisors. On the other hand, the site plan has an average cost of $20,000. Site plans are approved by the Director of PDS and are appealed to the Planning Commission. The lower cost and streamlined approval and appeal process will allow project improvements to be completed. The Camp Lockett Interest Group is comprised of local nonprofits who hold control over portions of the property. These nonprofits include San Ysidro Health, the Pacific Southwest Railway Museum, the Camp Lockett Event and Equestrian Facility, the Motor Transport Museum, the Mountain Empire Unified School District, and the Mountain Empire Historical Society. With the exemption of Mountain Empire Historical Society, all members of the Camp Lockett Interest Group hold ownership portions of the property. The development of the master plan is the result of collaborative effort involving the county, the interest group, and the Campo Lake Marina Planning Group. Staff developed project web pages, collected surveys, and hosted workshops to receive input on the project. Several meetings were held to provide updates and request feedback on proposed uses and amenities. Staff also conducted 2 workshops to receive feedback on potential uses, the policy framework, and development standards in the master plan. The final adjustments to the project scope were performed to ensure that the master plan would not create environmental impacts over what was previously analyzed in the county's general plan environmental impact report. The proposed master plan attends to the community's vision for the property without creating additional significant environmental impacts. San Ysidro Health's property occupies approximately 120 acres of the master plan area. San Ysidro Health operates the Mountain Health Community Center located in the center of Camp Lockett. Some of the services that are currently provided include CalFresh, Medi-Cal, senior transport, emergency food boxes, and senior lunches. San Ysidro intends to create a program for jobs and vocational training, child and senior daycare services, and conduct wellness behavioral health trainings. The CL1 zone will accommodate the uses proposed with San Ysidro Health's property. The Pacific Southwest Railway Museum's property occupies approximately 100 acres of the plan area. The museum is dedicated to the preservation of railroads as they existed in the Pacific Southwest. The museum is in the northwest portions of Camp Lockett and currently includes the restored Campo Depot that functions as a train station, gift shop, exhibit hall, and the location of the Pacific Southwest Railway Library. The Southwest Railway Museum intends to expand the existing Campo Museum and preserve and maintain nearby open spaces adjoining the historic rail line. The CL2 zone will accommodate the uses proposed within Pacific Southwest Railway Museum's property. The Camp Lockett Event Equestrian Facility occupies approximately 160 acres of the master plan area and is located in the southern portion of Camp Lockett. The Camp Lockett Event Equestrian Facilities property currently includes a recreated Buffalo Soldiers equestrian obstacle course, a small museum of artifacts, various outdoor arenas, and the Ferguson House. The CL3 zone will accommodate the uses proposed by the Camp Lockett Event Equestrian Facility, including the Ferguson House and Museum, an event and equestrian activity area, camping areas, open space, and equestrian areas. The Motor Transport Museum occupies approximately 4 acres of the master plan area. The Motor Transport Museum is dedicated to increasing the public awareness and appreciation for historic and antique trucks and the motor transport industry's development. The museum includes 4 buildings, preserves, restores, and displays antique trucks, equipment, and artifacts that have been influenced the motor transport industry. The museum proposes to adaptively reuse the buildings to house additional museum space and will be accommodated within the Camp Lockett 4 zone. The Mountain Empire Unified School District occupies approximately 14 acres of the master plan area. The school district is not proposing any uses at this time, but intends to adaptively reuse existing buildings in the future. The CL5 zone will accommodate future uses for their property. The Mountain Empire Historical Society leases the Gaskill Brothers Stone Store Museum from the county. The Mountain Empire Historical Society is not proposing additional uses, and no rezone is proposed for this property. The proposed master plan and rezone was presented to the Campo Lake Marina Community Planning Group on October 26, 2020. During the meeting, the planning group voted unanimously, with all in attendance, to support the project. On November 13, 2020, the master plan was presented to the Planning Commission. All members of the Planning Commission voted to support the project. Staff determined that the master plan is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Section 15183 of the CEQA guidelines because it is consistent with the densities established by general plan policies, which were previously studied by a certified environmental impact report. Public review is not required for this process. However, staff sent out notices to all property owners within 300 feet from the Camp Lockett master plan and also provided a public disclosure publication on the newspaper. 2 comments were received and were addressed by staff. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors find that the proposed amendment complies with the California Environmental Quality Act and state and county CEQA guidelines, and that the board adopt an ordinance adding section 8990 to the county zoning ordinance related to the Camp Lockett Master Plan and Rezone, and adopt an ordinance changing the zoning classification of certain properties within the county of San Diego related to the Camp Lockett Master Plan. This concludes our presentation, and we're available to answer questions.
Okay, before we get into questions from my colleagues, I know that this is a project that has been very near and dear to Supervisor Jacob, and I wanted to give her an opportunity to say any comments she wants to make before we get into the public speakers. It's my understanding we have 3 public speakers on this item. Supervisor Jacob?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Eric, thank you for a very thorough and complete report and all your work on this. And I'm really happy that you did what you were going to say and have this on the agenda today. So it's been a long time in coming. This is really good news for the community. And it's one of our backcountry well-kept secrets. A lot of history at Camp Lockett and a lot of stories. And I'm not going to tell those stories today because I know we have a long agenda. But Camp Lockett has a very, very rich history, not just with the Buffalo Soldiers, but was registered as a California Historical Landmark in 2009. And it was a place during World War II also. So there are a lot of stories out there. The master plan that's put together, long time in coming, but it's going to provide the community with a blueprint of uses, and it will balance the future development while paying homage to the history. And if all the speakers are in favor, I'll put a motion on the floor to support the staff recommendation, and then the speakers could speak to the motion.
I'll second that motion. And I can't believe that there wouldn't be any speakers that wouldn't be in support of this item. But let me ask the clerk to go ahead and call the names of those individuals at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also note for the record that we received 2 e-comments on this item. We have 3 individuals that are on the line ready to address the board, and we'll be calling the speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear notification that your call has been unmuted, and then you will need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. You'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller.
Yes, our first caller is 5566. 5566.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Larry Johnson from Campo, and I would like to thank the board for taking this up and considering it. I live locally. We have a ranch in the area. I'm a member of the CLIG that has been working on this project for quite a while, and I wholeheartedly support this project. It's great for the community. It's great for history. It's great for our collection of nonprofits here that are working together on it. And I especially would like to thank Supervisor Diane Jacob for her assistance over the many years that it's taken to get this to this point. So I'm in favor and support and hope you approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7754. 7754.
Good morning. My name is Cliff Northcote. I live at 2292 Lake Marina Drive in Campo, and co-founder of Camp Lockett Event and Equestrian Facility, better known as CLEAF. I encourage you to approve Camp Lockett's master plan and rezoning. CLEAF is a nonprofit, community-based organization to maintain the history of the Buffalo Soldiers, as was mentioned, stationed at Camp Lockett during World War II, and to provide a wonderful equestrian facility. Campo's facility is not only to serve our local residents, but also it's been known to serve others in San Diego County and Imperial Valley. With the approval of this item, it will make us more compliant with zoning and give us the opportunity to continue the development of our facility. Our major event is our annual roundup held in May, which was canceled this last year due to the virus. but has become a very strong local uniting force for our community. I would like to, in closing, thank personally Supervisor Jacob for myself and our board for her many years of support for Camp Lockett Event and Quest Facility. Without her support and guidance, we would not be at this point today with our facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is 5665. 5665.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Haven. I live in Alpine, and for the last 5.5 years, I've been working as a consultant to the nonprofit members of the Camp Lockett Interest Group. It's been a pleasure to work with these organizations, and it's been a pleasure to have the support of Supervisor Jacob so strongly felt in the course of these many years of work on this. This is going to be an amazing project for Campo. And I think each one of the organizations has risen to the task of making the most of what they can possibly be in their planning for the future. So I thank again Supervisor Jacob for her support, and I thank these organizations for their hard work.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item. Chairman Cox.
Very good. Is there any additional board comments or discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll? We have a motion by Supervisor Jacob, seconded by myself. And again, congratulations, Supervisor Jacob.
Thank you. Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond? Vice Chairman Desmond? Vice Chairman Desmond? More call?
Sorry, aye.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay, we'll go on and pick up item number 3, which is a second consideration and adoption of ordinances. This is a sunset review of Board of Supervisors policies, county administrative code, and county regulatory code provisions applicable to the land use and environmental group. And my understanding is we have a couple of speakers in this item. Is there a staff presentation?
No staff presentation on this item, Chairman.
Okay, let's go directly to the speakers then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had one request to speak in favor of this item. We do not see this individual calling into the conference line at this time. If Ms. Diana Solorio would like to speak in this item, if she could please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you.
Since the speaker is requesting to speak in support of the item, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the recommendations under item 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We'll give another 30 seconds or so for the caller to get in. Caller was in support of the recommendations. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, given the long agenda, I think we'll go ahead and ask the clerk to go ahead and call the roll. We have a motion by myself as chair, seconded by Supervisor Gaspar. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Okay. The next item we're going to deal with is item number 2. This is a notice public hearing. This is an appeal of the Liberty Charter High School major use permit. I know that we have a staff presentation on this item. We also have 3 group presentations, and at the last count, we had 91 individuals wishing to speak on this item. Before the staff gives their report, I'll basically acknowledge that the group presentations will be limited to 10 minutes, and the individual speakers will be limited to 2 minutes each, so they can plan accordingly. If the staff would like to go ahead with their presentation.
Before the staff begins their presentation, for those members of the public that requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. You will be muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and Supervisors. I'm Denise Russell with Planning and Development Services. Today, Mark Slovic and I will be presenting on item number 2, the appeal of the Liberty Charter High School major use permit. On September 18th, 2020, the Planning Commission found the project in conformance with the California Environmental Quality Act and adopted the environmental findings, including the mitigated negative declaration, and approved the major use permit. The Planning Commission's approval of the project is being appealed by 2 parties, the Valle de Oro Community Planning Group, or CPG, and a group called Save Our Students Safety Over Sorry, or SOS Squared. The department is before you today recommending denial of the appeals, upholding of the environmental determination, and approval of the major use permit. Today we will be focusing the presentation on 3 primary topics raised in the appeals: compliance with CEQA, traffic, parking, and road safety, and public noticing. Staff responses to all the points raised in the appeals are included in Attachment B to the board letter, and staff is available to answer any questions regarding any of the points of appeal. The project site, identified by the red star, is located directly south of Chase Avenue, where it meets Hamishaw Road within the Valle de Oro Community Plan area. Interstate 8 is 2.4 miles north, and State Route 125 is 4.3 miles west of the site. The property is bordered to the east by a commercial shopping center, to the south by a private easement road and single-family residences, and to the west by single-family residences. The 7.7-acre vacant project site is owned by Literacy First Charter Schools. Liberty Charter High School operates under a charter issued by the San Diego County Board of Education, which requires they operate the high school within the boundaries of the Grossmont Union High School District. Literacy First Charter Schools currently operates 3 other schools located within the Cajon Valley Union School District in the city of El Cajon: Primary Academy for K through 3, Liberty Academy for K through 6, and Junior Academy for grades 4 through 8. The existing Liberty Charter High School is located in the city of Lemon Grove, in leased space at the former Palm Middle School campus, approximately 8 miles west of the project site. Once the project site is constructed, the existing Liberty Charter High School will be relocated to the proposed site. The applicant has indicated they are relocating to be closer to their existing elementary and middle schools in El Cajon. Based on Literacy First Charter School's current elementary and middle school enrollment, students live closer to the project site and would travel fewer miles to the new campus than they would to the existing Lemon Grove campus, which would reduce vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. The proposed Liberty Charter High School campus will include a 48,000 square foot, 2-story building that includes 22 classrooms, administrative offices, and a gymnasium. The campus will also include a lighted sports field located on the eastern portion of the site, as shown in this photo simulation. At full capacity, the school will serve a maximum of 450 students and have 33 faculty and staff. For comparison, other high schools in the region average over 2,000 students, including Valhalla, Grossmont, Helix, and Steel Canyon. Access to the site will be provided by a one-way driveway connecting to Chase Avenue at 2 locations. A 3rd driveway is proposed to access the sports field. It will be gated and used only for emergency personnel and their vehicles, using a lock that can only be opened by emergency responders. The school year occurs from August through June, and school hours will be from 8:30 a.m. to 3:45 p.m., Monday through Friday, which are conditions of the major use permit. Sports field lighting and noise amplified equipment are required to be turned off by 8 p.m. The proposed project incorporates sustainability features, including 10 electric vehicle charging stations, carpool parking spaces, bicycle spaces, a roof-mounted solar system, water-efficient outdoor irrigation systems, energy-efficient lighting, and adherence to building efficiency standards, including low-flow water fixtures. The board can take any of the following options on the appeals of the project. the board can deny the appeals and uphold the Planning Commission's environmental determination, which found the project in conformance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and approve the project. The board can grant the appeals and deny the project, and the board can send the project back to staff for additional environmental analysis, preparation of an environmental impact report, or EIR, or provide specific direction regarding any of the issues raised in the appeals.
The Valle de Oro CPG and the SOS Group filed separate appeals of the Planning Commission's approval based on a number of concerns. We will focus the presentation on three primary topics raised in the appeals: compliance with CEQA, impacts from school traffic, parking, and road safety, and public noticing. The SOS Squared appeal states the project violates CEQA and an EIR should be required. The appeals also states that the initial study did not identify all environmental factors significantly impacted by the project. Staff determined that the project will have a significant impact on 4 environmental factors: air quality, biological resources, transportation and traffic, and utilities and service systems. With incorporation of mitigation measures, these impacts will be mitigated by the project. The appeal also states that no other high school has been built in the county without an EIR, and an EIR should be required for the project. There is no requirement that a charter school or public school prepare an EIR. The county does not have land use jurisdiction over public schools. Liberty Charter High School is a charter school and therefore obtains its land use entitlements through the local jurisdiction. Public schools process land use entitlements through the California Department of Education and are required to comply with CEQA, which could involve the preparation of an EIR or a mitigated negative declaration, depending on the impacts of the project. Based on the environmental analysis prepared, staff has determined that with incorporation of mitigation measures, impacts from the project will be less than significant and an EIR is not required. The appeals state that the project will negatively impact traffic conditions, parking, and road safety. Specifically, the appeal states that the traffic study relied on outdated traffic counts, that the parking is inadequate, and the project will have a negative impact on road safety in the community. A traffic study was prepared and determined the project will have a direct traffic impact to Chase Avenue between the westernmost driveway and Hamishaw Road. To mitigate the impact, the project will improve Chase Avenue along the project to the Hamishaw Road intersection. The left turn lane onto Hamishaw Road will be increased from 180 feet to 300 feet long, and the right turn lane onto Hamishaw will be increased from 160 feet to approximately 430 feet long to allow for additional vehicle storage to improve traffic queuing and operations. These improvements will also increase the overall capacity of Chase Avenue and bring the roadway segment level of service on Chase Avenue from F to C with the project. Bicycle lanes and sidewalks will also be installed along the project frontage and at the Chase-Hamishaw intersection. The intersection of Hamishaw and Chase currently operates at a level of service D, and the level of service will not change with the added traffic from the project. Based on county guidelines, the delay at the intersection remains within the acceptable limit and does not result in a significant impact. School administrators will oversee student drop-offs and pickups to ensure traffic flow is maintained, ensure drop-offs do not occur on Chase Avenue, ensure on-site access is unobstructed, and drop-offs are occurring in the designated area and is a condition of the project approval. Traffic counts included in the traffic study are from 2014. Staff reviewed 2018 traffic counts provided by Caltrans that were within 1% of the original counts, which confirm that the traffic study is accurate and no changes to the traffic study are needed. The traffic study also used trip generation rates established by the San Diego Association of Governments and determined the project will generate a total of 585 new daily trips, with 117 during morning drop-off. This methodology is consistent with the county's guidelines for traffic studies. SANDAG's traffic generation guide determines the rate for a high school as 1.3 trips per student. As part of the SANDAG guide, they identify percentages for morning and afternoon trips based on the specific land use. For the proposed high school, the breakdown is 20% for trips during morning drop-off and 10% for afternoon. Therefore, the analysis for this high school concludes that there will be 117 trips during morning drop-off, which is 20% of the overall 585 daily trips. The traffic study included a supplemental analysis of traffic at the existing high school campus in Lemon Grove. Traffic counts were taken and concluded the existing school generates 1.9 trips per student, and 36% of the trips occurred during morning drop-off. These numbers are higher than the SANDAG rates, so we required the applicant to do an analysis using the higher trip rates observed at the existing school. With the higher trip rates and morning trip percentage, there would be 308 trips during morning drop-off. Regardless of whether the SANDAG rates or the traffic counts at the existing school are used, the impacts from the project will not change. Under either scenario, the project will result in an impact to Chase Avenue and require the same road improvements. The SOS Squared appeal raised concerns regarding the adequacy of parking on site and indicating that parking associated with the school will occur on nearby residential streets and in the adjacent shopping center parking lot. The county zoning ordinance requires high schools to provide 1 parking space per employee, 1 space for every 4 students, and 15 spaces for visitors. With a maximum of 33 employees and 450 students, the total number of parking spots required is 161. The project will provide a total of 161 parking spaces, including 4 accessible parking spaces and 10 spaces with electric vehicle charging stations installed. To address potential parking occurring off-site, parking will also be prohibited on both the north and south sides of Chase Avenue, and the project must install no parking signage in accordance with county standards. The applicant is also required to work with the owner of the adjacent shopping center on Hamishaw Road to install signage prohibiting school parking, as well as student drop-off and pickups before and after school. The SOS Squared appeal states that roads near the project site are dangerous, noting there have been several fatal accidents, and the addition of the project will increase that risk. County data shows that collision rates for the surrounding roads are below the statewide average for similar locations throughout California. For approximately the last 5 years, there were a total of 28 collisions on Chase Avenue in the vicinity of the project, with the predominant number of those collisions occurring at the intersection of Chase Avenue and Hamishaw Road. All 28 collisions were due to some type of driver error, including speeding, running a red light, unsafe lane change, and improper turning. Fatal accidents referenced by the appellant occurred within the city of El Cajon, over 1 mile west of the project site. The appeal also referenced fatal accidents that occurred near Steel Canyon High School and West Hills High School, and stated that the community warned the county of road safety surrounding the high school campuses. The county did not permit either of the high schools, as they were reviewed and approved by the California Department of Education, and local jurisdictions do not have land use authority over public schools. Additionally, West Hills High School is in the city of Santee, and the roads in the vicinity of Steel Canyon are under Caltrans jurisdiction. County staff does review accident data on a monthly basis to identify priority areas for improvements, including near existing schools. Pedestrian safety and walkability from the project to existing public transit stops nearby will be improved with the project. The southbound bus stop on Hamishaw Road near Chase Avenue will be upgraded to meet Americans with Disabilities Act or ADA accessibility requirements. The Hamishaw Road Chase Avenue intersection will also be upgraded with sidewalks, curb ramps, crosswalks, and ADA compliant traffic and crosswalk pedestrian signals to meet accessibility requirements. The SOS Squared appeal stated that there was insufficient public noticing for the project, and staff misrepresented the magnitude and scope of the local community's opposition. Public notification of the project was provided on 3 separate occasions, consistent with state law, county code, and Board Policy I-49, distribution of notification of land use hearings. First, upon application submittal in November 2015, notices were sent to 27 unique property owners within 300 feet of the project site, as well as outside agencies. Second, notices were sent to the same 27 property owners, as well as outside public agencies, stakeholders, and members of the public who expressed interest in the project at the start of the public review period for the Mitigated Negative Declaration, or MND, for a total of 51 notices. Staff received 115 comment letters as a result of the MND public review period. Public notices were also sent out before the Planning Commission hearing, including the 27 property owners, agencies, and any other interested parties that requested to be informed of the public hearing. A legal advertisement regarding the public hearing was also published in a local newspaper, the Daily Transcript, 10 days prior to the hearing. Staff received a total of 531 comments from members of the public prior to the Planning Commission hearing. In addition, the Valley de Oro CPG held several meetings to discuss the project, beginning in 2015 when the application was submitted. Notices were posted on the bulletin board at the Lonnie Brewer Park 72 hours prior to the meetings. These meetings allowed for community input, which led to the applicant revising the architectural style of the proposed building. The Valley de Oro CPG appeal states that testimony during the Planning Commission hearing from people who do not live in the Valley de Oro community was considered more important than that of neighbors who live near the project. During the public hearing, all individual public comments were given 3 minutes to address the commission, and groups, including the applicant, Valley de Oro CPG, and SOS Squared Group, were given 15 minutes. After considering comments from the public, the Planning Commission voted to approve the project. On January 12, 2020, the Valley de Oro CPG objected to the mitigated negative declaration and requested a full environmental impact report be prepared based on concerns regarding traffic, community character, safety, aesthetics, and proximity to neighboring businesses and schools. On February 4, 2020, the CPG recommended denial of the major use permit. The CPG raised concerns regarding the location of the proposed charter school, safety, and traffic. On September 18, 2020, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to approve the project with a request for the applicant to work with staff to increase the number of EV charging stations and the number of live oak trees on the property. The applicant agreed to add 8 more EV charging stations for a total of 10 and will include additional live oak trees as part of the final landscape plan. Based on an evaluation of the project, staff has determined that the site is an appropriate location for the proposed school because it will be in an area between single-family residences and commercial uses near public transit and along 2 major roadways. The project will also improve Chase Avenue and add and upgrade pedestrian infrastructure near the project site, including the nearby bus stop and crosswalk. Additionally, the relocated high school will be within 3 miles of more than 70% of the students who currently attend Literacy First elementary and middle schools in El Cajon, reducing vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. The project also includes sustainability features, including outdoor water-efficient irrigation systems, roof-mounted solar, energy-efficient lighting, electric vehicle charging stations, carpool parking, building energy efficiency, and bicycle parking. Staff received additional correspondence leading up to today's hearing. We have reviewed the information with County Council and determined that it does not raise any new issues that haven't been previously addressed. For these reasons, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors approve the project, deny the appeals, and take the following actions. Deny the appeals based on the analysis provided in the board letter and attachment B, and adopt the environmental findings and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the major use permit, and require the applicant to enter into an agreement to defend and indemnify the county in accordance with County Code Section 86.201 in the amount of $750,000 and authorize the Director of PDS to execute the agreement. This concludes staff presentation. We are available for questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I know we have a lot of speakers. Just a couple quick questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
I want to make sure I understood what staff said. So, Mark, did I understand you to say that with the mitigation measures on Chase, it would move from level of service F to level of service C? Did I hear that correctly?
Supervisor Jacob, through the chair, that is correct. Based on the improvements, that would increase the capacity of the segment of.
I just needed a yes or a no. Thank you. And then did I also understand in the analysis that was done at the existing charter school in Lemon Grove that there were 308 trips in the morning versus the 117 that staff has in the staff report?
That is correct, Supervisor Jacob. And that supplemental analysis that was done, they utilized that higher trip rate, that 308 trips. And the traffic study concluded that the impacts would be the same and the same mitigation would be required.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that I heard that correctly. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, are there any other questions by supervisors before we get into the public comment? Okay, hearing none. My understanding is we have 1 group in support and 2 groups in opposition. Why don't we go ahead and hear, we'll alternate them. We'll start with the a group opposed to the project, which I guess would be in support of the appeal. So we'll do one of those groups first, and then we'll do the group in opposition to the appeal, and then the second group in support of the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we are getting ready for those groups, I'll note for the record that we received 162 e-comments on this item. We'll be calling the groups by the last 4 digits of their phone number and unmuting all of the callers so that you have an opportunity to speak. All the individuals in your group must provide testimony during the 10 minutes. At the appropriate time, I will chime in to indicate how much remaining time the group will have. Each caller will need to press *6 to unmute their phone, and as I indicated, each individual will be asked to state their name for the audio record. When you hear the tone, means your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I'll remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if you could please identify the first group.
Yes, we'll begin.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. According to our rules, I must disclose that I am very, very familiar with Chase Avenue, Hemishaw, the intersection, and this location. I travel both of those roads on a frequent business, and I understand that I need to disclose that for those who will be testifying.
Okay, so noted, and we'll go into the presentations now.
Thank you. So we will begin with the Valle de Oro group. Phone numbers 4556, 5961, 3238. You each need to press *6 to unmute yourselves and then state your name for the record, and then we will play your video. Thank you.
Sure. This is Alyssa Burley, the chairperson for Valle de Oro Community Planning Group.
Thank you.
This is Charles Kossman, member of the Valle de Oro Community Planning Group.
And 4556 also needs to introduce yourself. Please press *6 to unmute. Four, 556.
This is Caribia Belargin from Valle de Oro Community Planning Group.
Great, thank you. We'll play your video now.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Burley, chairperson for the VDO CPG. In this presentation, fellow members of the board will address our community's concerns about the proposed Liberty Charter High School. Our community plan asserts, quote, new development will conserve natural resources and topography and will provide a pleasant, safe environment for present and future residents of Valle de Oro, end quote. It is our belief the proposed project does not provide for a safe environment for our community, as clearly documented in several votes made by the planning group. The property is designated as semi-rural, not for public or semi-public facilities like other school properties are designated, and probably for a good reason. It's clear that the location of the proposed project is not safe for the proposed use. The VDO CPG is appealing the Planning Commission's approval of the MMD and the MUP. Our request is to deny both. Next, fellow members of the planning group will address specific issues with this project.
Part of our determination dealt with 2 points that were in violation of our community plan. The first being that this commercial use is not in compliance with our community plan. The second is that the school is not in the highest and best use to use those 8.3 acres as it sits now. Valle de Oro's commercial goal is to provide orderly growth of well-designed commercial areas, which are necessary and convenient and compatible with the character of the community. Valle de Oro likes to encourage commercial development which will serve needs of the individual communities in the planning area. The projected future needs of schools and facilities are dependent upon administration policy. Therefore, the assessment of the impact of the plan on educational facilities has been limited to the projection of increase in the number of students in the planning area. And in this case, we don't have an increase of students in the area. In fact, Liberty Charter School is busing in their students. Future student projections are based upon general guidelines provided by various districts and dwelling unit projections based on the community plan. Now, as we look at highest and best use, commercial use in Valle de Oro is designated to provide services to local markets. Liberty students will come from out of the area. So in this case, they're not providing students in our area to go to that high school. They'll come out of the area more like from the El Cajon area, center of El Cajon. The commercial use should not increase local traffic and congestion. This will. Thus, Liberty students will not be walking or biking to the campus. As a result, they'll be driven in and increased traffic will result. The proposed school does not appear to create a local service benefit. In fact, there isn't a need in that there's a campus less than 3/4 of a mile away from the proposed school. So the impact of an additional campus that would benefit local services has not even been determined yet and does not comply or align with Valley de Oro's community plan. As we sit right now, the East County has a shortage of available housing, and the highest and best use for this acreage would not be to put a school on it, but it's currently zoned residential at half-acre lots per, which potentially could come up to 16 homes of additional housing needed in the East County area. Additional homes are needed and would actually generate less congestion and less noise and less construction than a high school being developed in the area. The proposed project does not provide a benefit to the residents while increasing the negative impact on traffic. The area is better served as a residential project that will house the local community and be more in line with local zoning and the community character of the Valley de Oro Community Plan. And for these reasons, the Valley de Oro Community Planning Group chose not to approve the Liberty Charter School.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. I am Dr. Charles Kossman, a member of the Valley de Oro Community Planning Group. Amongst our most important charges is the safety of our residents, which I will discuss regarding the Liberty Charter High School project. Liberty First Charter Schools is requesting to build a high school with 450 students and 33 faculty and staff at Chase Avenue and Hamishaw Road in the Valley de Oro area. This is shown in slide 1, orientation. North is up, south is down, east is to the right, west is to the left. Slide 2 shows the same area in a more detailed fashion. The proposed site on Chase Avenue is between Brayton Way and the Chase-Hamishaw intersection. The road segment is already at level of service F, the worst possible rating, and the site of several fatal accidents in the past year. It is only 0.7 miles from Valhalla High School. Chase Avenue here is 2 lanes, but is rated as a 4-lane arterial. It serves as a main corridor to Highways 94 and 8, and also to Valhalla High School, Hillsdale Middle School, and the city of El Cajon. During the commuter times and school start and end times, Chase eastward backs up approximately 1/2 mile routinely. During school start-stop times, there's routinely a bottleneck eastward at the shopping center exit contiguous with the large intersection. Simultaneously, there's a bottleneck west of the intersection where merged 2 lanes from Valhalla, 1 lane from Hamishaw South, and entry exit cars from the 7-Eleven gas station. Presently, the congested eastward traffic is formerly 1 lane, but drivers have made it into 2 lanes using its width and shoulder. The right lane is infrequently used as a through lane. 85% of the students for the high school travel from El Cajon or Santee. Only 4% are from the Valley de Oro area. The school has no busing service. From El Cajon, most autos would come south on Hamishaw, make a west turn onto Chase, and then turn left into the proposed school. The proposed traffic changes by Liberty High and the PDS staff are shown on the next slide. Most students entering the school from Chase westward were turned left against steady oncoming traffic. PDS staff proposes a left turn lane into the school on Chase West of 7 to 8 cars length. There will be no stoplight or stop sign. Excess cars in the left turn lane would block the traffic westward from El Cajon and from the large intersection. Originally, PDS disallowed parking on either side of Chase, thinking it totally unsafe. But at the last minute, PDS placed parking on South Chase Avenue between the school entry and exit driveways, thus diminishing an additional lane going Chase eastward. The Liberty Charter School requires an exit driveway onto Chase eastward, with cars either merging into or crossing 2 lanes of congested traffic, for instance, returning to El Cajon, with vision obscured by the parked cars. Chase is widened for the left turn lane, but with no functional improvement in the present level of service. Existing lanes would be narrowed and a long bicycle lane placed between traffic lanes, preventing through traffic from the right lane. There are several incorrect or omitted data points provided by the PDS staff to the Planning Commission. In summary, the site is not safe now. It will be worse with the high school and traffic lane changes. The engendered safety problems cannot be mitigated. This project is filled with incorrect, inaccurate, and misleading data, statements, and recommendations. Evaluation by PDS has been inadequate and deeply flawed, especially regarding the use of rules and regulations. The Planning Commission decision should be reversed. The MUP and the MND should be denied. The project should be denied. It invites litigation. Students, drivers, and our residents deserve safety. Thank you very much for your attention.
I'm Pravia Balarjan, current video CPG member and past chair. I have a BS degree in civil engineering from SCSU, and currently I work in the private sector as a transportation project manager. In this line of work, we prepare reports, design plans, models, and calculations that eventually turn into bridges and roadways. We rely heavily on engineers and subconsultants to follow the industry standard of care and utilize current data, current technical publications and guidelines, and current design codes for the basis of design. Designers and engineers must be current on this information, and when in doubt, they must confirm the latest edition being used in industry with the jurisdiction, agency, or entity responsible for the guidelines or the design codes, because safety is of utmost importance. As Charles Kosman explained, much of the data used for the focused traffic impact analysis is erroneous, and the guidelines used to prepare this analysis were outdated. I'd like to highlight several resulting inaccuracies found in the FTIA that create a domino effect. The traffic study data used is outdated. The trip generation was miscalculated. The geographic study area is too small to show the true impact out to El Cajon, and a full traffic impact study is needed. The El Cajon Traffic Impact Fund, TIF, was disregarded. The traffic gaps are insufficient. The drop-off and pickup plan was never prepared, and the level of service F on Chase would not improve and remain the same. The domino effect is a direct result of outdated traffic data, guidelines, and manuals, and it is not the industry standard. Video CPG is appealing the Planning Commission's
The time is up for this group, so we will move on to the next group presentation.
So thank you. Our next group presentation is from the applicant. There are a number of speakers calling in from phone number 1482. So if you'd like to each introduce yourselves, and then we will play your video. 1482. You may go ahead. You're unmuted. If anybody from group 1482 would like to introduce yourselves, state your name for the record, please. You can begin speaking.
For that group, your device may be muted.
On your end. We keep it, there you go. It looks.
Hi, this is Mark Lindman representing the applicant.
Hello.
Debbie Beyer. And this is Debbie Beyer.
Hello.
Steve Robinson.
Great, thank you. We'll play your video now.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Mark Lindman, and I'm here today representing Liberty Charter High School in their major use permit application.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Debbie Beyer, and I am the Executive Director and founder for Literacy First Charter Schools. Charter schools are not just given locations or facilities like regular public schools. So every facility that we have to find. This graphic just further clarifies how each campus operates. We have a kindergarten through third grade campus, a kindergarten through fifth grade campus, a fourth through eighth grade campus, and then our high school. Another one of the unique things of having a K-12 model is that we know our students from kindergarten through high school graduation. That is a part of our mission. But the bigger piece is that students are known. At Literacy First, students are known from kindergarten all the way through eighth grade and all the way into high school. They don't get lost in the cracks. We know what their strengths and weaknesses are. We know their families. It builds a strong community because these are people that have been together from kindergarten all the way through high school. The goal of having our kids all in the same area just continues the dream of being able to have a K-12 model where the community is all together. We serve the students and families of East County. Literacy First opened its doors in 2001 after our charter was approved through the San Diego County Board of Education Our charter was approved in June and we opened in August. We had 5 staff members and 114 students. Now, 20 years later, we have 200 staff members and about 2,000 students. The growth has been phenomenal, and every year we have hundreds of students on a waiting list because we have more students that want to get into our schools than we have capacity to handle. Our students get into our school through a lottery. It's just a random lottery, and that's how students get into our school. So once you're in the school, you are able to go kindergarten through 12th grade, but it's the getting in that is difficult at this point. Our journey to build a high school for Liberty Charter High School started over 10 years ago. It has been the dream since we started the high school to find a place that we could call home. That started in 2008, right about the time the real estate market crashed and interest rates went sky high. So the original project was put on hold. We waited and we've saved our money. Like I said before, we are standalone, and we knew that we wanted to build a high school. We knew we had to be financially responsible. And so we found this piece of land where this project is located. I will tell you that Mr. Keogh, who is our CFO, and myself know every street in El Cajon in East County, every vacant lot. We have driven around this county looking for a location to put our high school over the years. And this lot is the lot that is available for us to put our high school on. We are committed to that. We paid cash for that property because we've been saving our money for years to be able to do exactly that. There is no big sugar daddy. There is nobody taking care of us. We have saved our pennies in order to make this project happen. Our families want this project to happen, and they are committed to that. We are committed to that because we feel like it is the culmination of the dream of Literacy First K-12. We serve the families in East County. The families and students that come to us live in this area. They're driving to Lemon Grove. There are some students in Lemon Grove, but by and large, the majority of our students live in East County, in El Cajon, in this area, and drive to Lemon Grove. Having a school at this location will fulfill that dream of being able to serve the families of El Cajon and East San Diego County. One size does not fit all students, and for parents who want to choose a small, comprehensive high school that has a rigorous academic program, a highly competitive sports program, a diverse student population, a vast cadre of classes from support electives to AP and dual credit courses, in a safe environment in which they will be known and their character as well as their academics will be strengthened, then Liberty Charter High School is a choice parents should have. It's 100% public, 100% free, and 100% open to all students.
Good morning, San Diego County Board of Supervisors. My name is Steve Robinson. I'm the Vice Principal of Liberty Charter High School. I'd like to walk you through what a typical day will look like on our new proposed site on Chase Avenue in El Cajon. Our school day is scheduled to start at 8:30. That means supervised drop-off time is 8 o'clock to 8:30. An administrator and at least one other staff person will be out in front of the school, ensuring an efficient and safe drop-off period, greeting students by name as they walk through our gate. We will close our gate and lock our gate at 8:25 into the campus because we have a closed campus. The safety of our students is our #1 priority. Once students are on campus, they are expected to stay on campus all day until their parents either pick them up early from the office or at pickup time after school. We start our day with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we do that out of honor of those who have served our country to ensure our freedoms and opportunities, and also out of a collective commitment to furthering the ideals of our country articulated in the pledge of life, liberty, and equality for all. Our students wear prescribed dress. That means specific shirts, specific pants, shorts, and skirts, because we know that how we dress influences how we behave. And we want our school and expect our school to be in a formal educational environment where learning is the main thing. That also makes our students easy to identify and helps keep them safe. We have supervised breaks, lunch, and passing period. And when our school day ends at 3:45, we have supervised pickup time from 3:45 to 4:15. An administrator and at least one other staff person are out front, ensuring a safe, efficient pickup process and making sure that everyone is where they need to be. On any given day, half of our students are participating in extracurricular activities after school. Most of those students are participating in sports. However, we have a drama program, robotics program, and a choir program. Sports practices are Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with home games Tuesday and Thursday on our back field and in our gym. Soccer games outside on the field start roughly about 4 o'clock, so they end around 6. We are committed to having all those outside sporting events done by 8 o'clock so that the lights and the outside amplification system are all turned off by 8 o'clock. Activities inside the gym like home basketball games and volleyball games and school dances and other all-school activities will be done by 10:30. All of these events are supervised by coaches, by teachers, by administrators, and we take the safety of our students very, very seriously. Because of that, we wait until every student is picked up. Oftentimes, you will see an administrator or teacher waiting with that one last student at 10:30 at night on a Friday or a Saturday to make sure they are picked up safely. Liberty Charter High School has always been a good neighbor. In the 8 years that we've been at Lemon Grove, we've served our community in various ways over those years. Every year we have community service projects that clean up the streets, clean up the parks, beautify the parks. We've been very responsible with our exterior landscaping, trimming trees multiple times along the property lines with our neighbors. We've served in the senior living centers that are close by. And we have always been mindful of our noise amplification system, when we use it and how we use it, because we are committed to being good neighbors. And lastly, we are respectful, responsible people who live with integrity. We model and teach that to all of our students and expect them to behave likewise. As we've done in Lemon Grove, we are committed to operating our school, mindful of how we impact our neighbors, and to being respectful of all of our neighbors, and with a heart to serve our immediate community. Thank you very much.
In summary, the project before you today meets all the requirements of the existing zoning and is consistent with the County of San Diego General Plan. The project is in compliance with all applicable county policies and ordinances, and all potential environmental impacts have been mitigated to a level of less than significant. The County Planning Commission unanimously approved the project, and county staff recommends that you deny the appeal and uphold the approval of the project. In conclusion, we would like to ask for your support and vote to deny the appeal and approve the Liberty Charter High School major use permit. If you have any questions regarding the project or any of the reports that were prepared, the applicant and their team of experts is available to answer any questions. We thank you for your time and your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Next, we're going to be hearing from the SOS2 group. So I will be unmuting all of you at once. Please press *6. And then if you could each please introduce yourselves, and then we will play the video. Please press *6. And then if you could each please introduce yourselves, and then we will play the video. Please press *6. And then if you could each please introduce yourselves, and then we will.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Marisa Janine Page, and we have a pre-recorded presentation for you featuring 6 speakers. This is Marisa Janine Page. Good morning, Marilyn.
I'm president of SOS Squared, and we have a pre-recorded.
And for the members of the group, if you could please mute your audio where you're listening to the meeting so that we're not hearing it playing back in the background. Thank you.
And this is Marilyn Kriebel. I'm one of the members of the SOS Squared Board of Directors, and we have a pre-recorded presentation.
And this is Ann Morey. I'm Treasurer Secretary of SOS Squared, and we have a presentation.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Julie Lashley. I'm a board member of SOS Squared, and we have a presentation. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Julie Lashley.
Great, thank you all. We will play the video now.
Hello, my name is Ann Morey. I live in the adjacent neighborhood to the proposed site. I am a retired university administrator who has co-founded 6 charter schools in San Diego. We make this presentation today on behalf of Save Our Students. Safety over sorry.
Hi, my name is Steve Dillingham, a local businessman who resides near the proposed site. I am president of SOS Squared. We are a local Rancho San Diego El Cajon community effort by more than 1,000 neighbors opposed the building of Liberty Charter High School at Chase Avenue and Hamishaw Road.
My name is Marilyn Kriebel. I'm a professional fiduciary. I reside in the neighborhood adjacent to the proposed site, and I'm a director of SOS Squared. As set forth in detail in the SOS Squared appeal and justification letter, SOS Squared opposes the project because there is substantial evidence that it significantly and negatively impacts the following CEQA factors, none of which are mitigated by the mitigated negative declaration.
My name is Julie Lashley. I am a swimming coach and director of SOS Squared. I reside near the proposed site. SOS Squared retained Urban Systems Associates Incorporated to conduct a peer review of the Liberty Charter traffic study. The expert traffic engineer's conclusions are that the proposed mitigations do not alter the capacity of Chase Avenue, which remain a LOS-F. He also opines that Liberty Charter's traffic study falls far below industry standard, manipulates data, and cherry picks using outdated methodologies from old replaced manuals and old SANDAG in violation of the county's own guidelines.
Good morning. My name is Justin Slafley. I'm president of Urban Systems Associates. I am a California registered civil engineer, traffic engineer, and professional traffic operations engineer. I was hired by SOS Squared to provide a peer review of the Liberty Charter High School transportation study done by Kimley Horn. I have experience doing these type of traffic studies for the past 20 years. I've also worked for school districts such as San Diego Unified School District and Lakeside Union. I've also worked for private high schools, including Francis Parker Upper School most recently in the city of San Diego. So I have substantial experience conducting these type of traffic studies. Starting with the most significant conclusion I drew in my peer review, looking at the Kimley Horn traffic study, trip generation was an important subject. According to county guidance, which is shown on the screen, for existing facilities such as Liberty Charter High School that are being expanded, trip generation should be determined by surveying the existing use to generate a project-specific trip generation rate. What that means is that you should go and count the existing use and the existing operation, and that should establish your trip generation rate. Unfortunately, in this particular study, generic SANDAG trip generation rates and estimates were used instead of actual data which was counted. And Kimley Horn notes in the appendix to their traffic study that the trip generation and parking utilization collected for the school, meaning actual counts, indicates that Liberty Charter High School generates a much higher number of vehicular trips than what SANDAG rates indicate. This leads to a significant underestimation of the amount of traffic generated by Liberty Charter High School within the traffic study. And that leads to subsequent conclusions, which led to an abnormally small study area and misclassification of what type of traffic study should have been done. And you can see this here in Table 2, 585 average daily trips is what was used in the traffic study. And in Table 3, you can see using actual empirical data, counts of the existing Liberty Charter campus, which have been projected out to their future student operation, you would generate 854 average daily trips, meaning that the traffic study significantly underestimated the amount of traffic generated. In addition to the underestimation of trip generation, there were significant flaws in the quality of the data used within the traffic study. Some of these were even pointed out by the Department of Transportation, Caltrans, where they said in a letter that the data in the traffic impact study should not be more than 2 years old. And we find that data in the traffic study is 5 to 6 years old. And unfortunately, this just does not meet the industry standard and does not meet county requirements. And other flaws include the fact that when the traffic study underestimated the trip generation, it also miscategorized the type of traffic study which should have been done. Specifically, the traffic study that was done and is provided in the file is a focused traffic impact study, as you can see on the title of that traffic study. And it should have been a full traffic impact study following county standard guidelines that were in effect at the time. So the reason this is important is that no cumulative analysis, no future analysis of trips was conducted, And this is another fatal flaw. It was also pointed out by Caltrans in their letter, as you can see. They noted that a cumulative analysis should have been done. Now, moving on to my final significant conclusion in my peer review, this relates to the actual efficacy of the mitigation measures proposed. And you can see here in Table 5.3 out of their traffic study, they're taking a 2-lane light collector without a median, which is the classification of Chase Avenue today, and upgrading it to a 3-lane major road. And you can see in the footnotes that they mentioned standard 4.1B as the future classification with 3/4 of the roadway capacity because they're only doing 3 lanes instead of 4 lanes. This is the cross section that's proposed. You can see starting from the southern end of Chase along the school frontage, there would be a parking lane that's 12 foot wide, followed by a 6-foot bike lane, a single eastbound travel lane, a median 10-foot left turn lane, 12-foot travel lane in the westbound direction, and an 8-foot shoulder. So if you count them and you look at it, ignoring the parking lane and the bike lanes, which are options, you can see that there's 2 travel lanes and 1 turn lane. Under the county standards, and this is a table straight out of the county public road standards, you can see that the number of travel lanes for a major road should be 4. And if you're trying to construct a 3-lane road with the capacity assumed in the traffic study, you must have 3 travel lanes. As I just showed you on that figure, there are only 2 travel lanes, one in the eastbound direction, one in the westbound direction, proposed in their conceptual striping exhibit. So there's not an additional travel lane that's being provided with the proposed mitigation. And therefore, the capacity that was assumed in the traffic study, which led to a level service C, is another erroneous assumption. They're just not providing the extra lane that they claim. Moving from some of the CEQA issues, we begin to tackle some of the operational aspects that are unique of a charter school operation, indeed of any high school. One of the most significant is pickup and drop-off operation. And as any parent knows, an efficient pickup and drop-off operation can make your life easy, or if you don't have an efficient operation, it can really destroy the operation of adjacent streets. In this traffic study, we see that this subject was covered in only 2 paragraphs. That's woefully inadequate in my experience. Moving to the gap study, we see some significant omissions, and these are straight out of the applicant's, the appendix to their traffic study. Specifically, they noted some significant queuing or extreme queuing from Chase Avenue and Hamishaw. You can see at the bottom of the page, they say queuing for the eastbound approach at the intersection of Chase and Hamishaw was observed. The queue was observed to block the proposed driveway 1. And that's significant because if students and parents can't get in and out of the school because the driveway is blocked due to the queuing, what do? How do you access the school? There should have been some conclusion or some recommendation as far as improving this queue and reducing this queue and eliminating the problem. Additionally, when we look at the observations of the actual gaps in traffic sufficient for people to turn into and out of the school, there's an admission in here that at least 30 minutes of the entire peak hour, there aren't sufficient gaps to allow people to turn into and out of the school. All of these conclusions are very significant, huge red flags on access to Liberty Charter High School.
My name is Marisa Janine Page. I'm an appellate and CEQA attorney, and I live adjacent the property. As you can see from this photograph, queuing from the traffic light at Chase and Hamishaw backs up over 1/4 mile during peak.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the group presentations. We will now move on to the individual speakers on this item. We'll be calling the individuals by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear notification that your call has been unmuted. Then you'll need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board. You'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I'll remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if you could please identify the first individual caller.
Yes, our first caller is 2722. 2722.
Hi, my name is Nadine Ello, and I live very adjacent to the proposed project site. I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for granting us this opportunity to express our opinions regarding the project. I oppose the building of the Liberty Charter High School because of the noise nuisance this project will add to Chase Avenue in specific and the area in general. Currently, we can't open neither our doors nor our windows due to the very disturbing noise coming from all the cars speeding on Chase. I would not want to imagine how this would be with adding 450 students to the area. My sister is a doctor and she works mostly night shifts. She comes home exhausted and only wanting to sleep and rest. She sleeps from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. So how would she be able to really rest and stay focused to continue to save lives when her peace will be disturbed by the proposed school containing 450 teens just a few feet away from our property? Please, please, please. And I ask you to deny the major use permit to build the high school at the proposed site. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5194. 5194.
Hi, my name is Vicki Dillingham, and first I want to thank you for your valuable time this morning. And to be perfectly clear, I want it to be noted that I oppose the building of Liberty Charter School. As a 25-year resident of this area who drives these streets every single day, I see traffic laws broken up to and including driving on the wrong side of the road to simply bypass the U-turn at the intersection of Chase and Hamishaw. This makes this area deadly for unsuspecting drivers and pedestrians. This is our home, our neighborhood, and our safety, and our desires should not be tossed away for another school. I might add this will also cause a negative impact to all residents and homeowners, not just our values, but just our personal well-being. The many schools in our area with beautiful campuses and facilities that have been upgraded in recent years would welcome these students with open arms, and they have plenty of room. Why should we spend our tax dollars when we can accommodate these students in every aspect of their needs at all of the surrounding schools? In closing, I just want to say that Diane Jacob has always been a hero to the East County, but I think she and all of you will be leaving us a parting gift of a Trojan horse if you leave us with this gift. Please do not let this pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9712. 9712.
Hello, my name is Charles Giles. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this hearing. I would like to state that I also oppose the building of Liberty Charter High School at this site near Chase Avenue and Hamishaw Boulevard. The reason for my opposition is the negative impact the school would have on our community in regards to traffic safety and congestion. The physical layout of Chase Avenue does not allow for a safe traffic pattern if Liberty Charter High School is to be built at this site. As you know, Chase Avenue bottlenecks into a single lane of traffic heading west from Hamishaw Boulevard, and there is only a single lane of traffic on the eastbound side of Chase Avenue. With students, parents, and staff turning into and out of the school parking lot, traffic will be backed up for long distances in both directions, which would create a nightmare traffic-wise for all the adjacent streets in the neighborhood here. These single lanes of traffic have no road shoulders in either direction, just a narrow bike lane that must be shared by pedestrians due to the lack of sidewalks on Chase Avenue. With a further increase of traffic congestion that would obviously occur if Liberty Charter were to be built, many in our community fear that the accessibility of emergency vehicles will be diminished. Again, with no road shoulders in either direction on Chase Avenue, emergency vehicles will not have the ability to get to a critical destination in a timely manner. So for the safety of our community, please deny the major use permit to build a high school at this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6957. 6957. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. 6957. And if we don't hear from you and your number is called, we'll come back to you before we conclude public testimony on this item. We will move on to 5357. 5357.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Susan Yepes. I live overlooking the proposed site. This school would directly impact myself and my family. I am opposed to granting a major use permit to Liberty Charter School on the basis of their extremely flawed traffic study and mitigation plan. The environmental health impact will be detrimental to the health of my family and community. I cannot imagine children crossing at that intersection. We know, and I know as a public employee, the county motto is for the public good. Good government demands intelligent interests of its community. The goal of the Board of Supervisors is to set direction that reflective the interests of the community. And as you can see, we have come together as a community and vehemently oppose the plan to deviate from the rural residential zoning. Our purpose is to ensure a safe and healthy community for its residents, similar to the county's strategic goal. We encourage you to be accountable to us residents. I have identified far superior sites suitable for this school, especially with current vacant leaseholds in similar areas. The state and county have lots of incentives to build schools, but unfortunately, that should not be the only consideration. We are willing to go forward and file a suit if this plan goes any further without proper environmental studies, traffic impact report, noise impact reports, mitigated resources, native habitat restoration, and the hours of operational contract with its neighbors. So in conclusion, I am in support of this appeal and oppose the major use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4557. 4557.
Hi, this is Steve Ose. I'm calling on behalf of Literacy First Charter School's plan to open Liberty Charter High School. As Literacy First looks to open their high school, the county should consider that this organization is an asset to the community, due in part to their positive impact on the lives of the families of our community, but also as a remarkable business that supports the San Diego small businesses and the economy. I own and direct an organization called Specialized Therapy Services that supports most of the local school districts and charter schools. We have about 175 districts or schools that we support in Southern California right now. Literacy First has been working with us for about 16 years. I personally have worked there for 10 years, and I'm very aware of how a school operates and how good and how well Literacy First operates, and as well as the culture of the school. During that time, the school personnel and the administration have consistently provided a positive working environment for their own teachers and staff, as well as the teachers and therapists that have been assigned to the school by my company. From my observations and experiences, as well as what is reported from the staff working there, the school consistently works within the guidelines of special education, going above and beyond for their students and staff. They have excellent leadership skills and find effective ways to engage the families and the students of the community of East County. And there is a culture of acceptance and inclusivity, creating a wonderful environment for the students to feel safe, which fosters learning. Schools like Literacy First make the process of providing special ed services and education a memorable experience. The administration and the teachers are supportive of the team of special education staff that go there and the efforts that we all make for their students. As a manager and as a business owner, I look at schools like Literacy First as a morale booster for my employees. It is such a positive place to work. They aid in the retention of the employees of our staff, which is essential for small businesses. Literacy First has been an excellent business partner, facilitating a professional and cooperative working relationship.
Thank you,
Their
sir.
methodologies and approaches to special ed make a substantial difference to the lives of children.
Thank
and
you.
the administration have been fiscally responsive.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next caller is 0425. 0425.
My name is Wendy Tinsley Becker. I am an urban planner, resident, and property owner in Mount Helix within the Valle de Oro Community Plan area. I am a duly elected member of the Valle de Oro Community Planning Group. I'm here today representing my own opinion. I support the appeal and request the Board of Supervisors deny the MUP and MND and instead require staff to revisit the technical analysis of traffic and associated safety considerations. In light of substantial evidence presented in a peer review of the traffic study and shared with the VDO CPG at its December 1st meeting, it is apparent that the county is not in compliance with CEQA by allowing an MND for the project. Please do not further marginalize area residents, businesses, and property owners by allowing this project to move forward under the existing environmental documents. There are several projects at varying stages of approval that will permanently impact our community's traffic and safety concerns and will affect our semi-rural residential lifestyle. The proposed high school will result in approximately 900 daily vehicle trips, adding to trips for the approved forthcoming housing development at the Chicken Ranch adjacent to nearby Fuerte Elementary, the forthcoming senior retirement facility, and potential mining operations, all within VDO boundaries. Our infrastructure is inadequate. We cannot sustain the traffic associated with the high school and these other projects on top of our existing uses without more in-depth cumulative analysis and solutions for all of our transportation corridors that service the backbone of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0356. 0356.
Hi, my name is Omar Remolejo. Good morning, everyone. I am against this school being constructed next to my home. My statement is, as a parent and guardian of 3 foster kids with special needs and 3 biological kids, my wife and I will not be in favor of this new school due to the location. We live right next to the property with this only a fence of separation of 2 buildings. So it's 1903 East Chase Avenue. My foster kids get transportation by their school buses. The special education buses pick my children up in front of my gate. The pickup spot is right next to the proposed driveway for the Liberty School. It will be difficult for the buses to pick up my children up to the increases of traffic. In addition, my foster kid has many needs mentally, emotionally, and physically. Because of this, there may be times where we need emergency assistance as ambulances. Our driveway may be blocked due to the high traffic around this high school in front of our gate. A part of these needs of my kids, the location of where the school is planning to be, it's inappropriate for a place for students due to the arounds. There is a liquor store, vape shop, and hookah lounge, and the strip mall right next to the proposed school. High school students are known to be very interested on those type of stores. I'm worried about what this can happen, having students so close to those stores and the consequences that could cause. I'm against this school construction for what it could cause. Please do not vote for this project. Thank you for all your time. So please deny the MUP to build a high school at the proposed site. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4614. 4614. Again, if we don't hear from you when your number is called, we'll come back to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hi, my name is Lucy Rasuki, and thank you for the opportunity you give me to speak. I live in Rancho San Diego, and I support 100% this project of the Liberty Charter School. I know how the school operates. My kids, they went there to primary school and junior high school, and the staff, the administration is so excellent. It will be thrilling for our community to have this opportunity of the school to be built. And I know that the Ms. Bayer and all the staff and all these charter school projects, they do all the guidelines. They care so much for their families and for their students that they're looking forward for all the guidelines that they have to fill up for this project. So I hope that this school will be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3413. 3413.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. My name is Dylan Page. I've lived next to the field where they want to build the high school for 19 years. I oppose the building of this high school because it's too dangerous of a location. There have been 4 deaths on Chase or Hamashaw near this intersection just since last Thanksgiving. I graduated from high school just 2 years ago, and I can attest to the dangerous things that high school students do when they're desperate. That includes taking extreme risks to avoid detention for tardies. We had to commute to get to the high school I went to for my first 3 years, and traffic delays were always an unknown factor. We always tried to leave with more than enough time to make the drive, but there were several times that even though we left early, we would hit unexpected traffic or an accident. I would get super stressed out about being late and push my mom to drive faster or run yellow lights or pass cars where there was no passing to get me to school on time. And in turn, that stressed her out while she was driving. I know my friends did the same to their parents because being tardy meant detention, and we would do whatever it took to not have to suffer detention. I remember this one time in particular. My mother and I still discuss it today because it traumatized her. There was an accident on the freeway that put us very behind schedule, and I was getting more and more anxious about being late. She tried to take a back road through the neighborhoods to the school, but everyone else was trying to get off the freeway and take the same back roads. And then we got behind this black Suburban that was riding in the right shoulder, going 65 miles an hour and running yellow and red lights. My mom was freaking out, but our adrenaline kicked in and she went for it. There were about 8 to 10 cars headed to my school doing the same thing, all following this black SUV. We were almost to the school and just had to make a final left turn across 2 lanes of oncoming traffic into the back lot to drop off when the 5-minute bell rang. I grabbed my bag, jumped out of the car, and my mother screamed at me to stay in the car because it wasn't safe, but I didn't care. There were hundreds of students all in the same bind doing the same thing. We were running to the school gates oblivious to moving cars and traffic. I didn't comprehend the dangerousness of the situation. I just cared that I wasn't late. But my mother later told me that she was so scared for my safety and that 100 students jumping out of cars in traffic and running down the middle of a 4-lane street across oncoming traffic.
Thank
So they just froze.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5414. 5414.
Good morning. My name is Dan Shoemaker. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am strongly opposed to building a school on this lot. I have lived at a home that borders this proposed site for over 25 years. I'm a graduate of Valhalla High School, and before I could drive, I rode my bike to and from school, up and down Chase, multiple times a day past this lot for years. Even back then, it was a dangerous road. Like me, every fellow student I knew who biked this area has stories of close calls and near misses with traffic. From speeders taking corners too quickly to traffic using the bike lane as their own personal turn lane, we all cheated death more times than we like to think about. After I got my license, I was facing west on Chase, waiting for the eastbound traffic to pass so I could pull into my driveway. A driver in an SUV rear-ended me into the oncoming traffic where an eastbound pickup truck collided with me head-on. My car was totaled, but only by the grace of God I survived. The paramedics on site told me that they expected a fatality when they saw my car. Today, I can hear every time a car's brakes lock up, and I pray that I don't hear a crash down there. I can hear every time some showboater flaunts the speed limit and flies through the Chase and Hamashaw intersection in excess of 70 miles an hour. I can see when eastbound cars make an illegal left through the barriers to get to 7-Eleven or past stop cars on the shoulder so they can make the light. This area was not safe for pedestrians or bicyclists when I was in high school. It is not safe for them now, and it absolutely is not safe for over 400 kids in this area. Please listen to the people who live here. Please listen to the Valle de Oro Community Planning Group, and please do not grant this permit for a school to be built here. It's just not safe. Thank you so much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6219. 6219. Again, if we don't hear from you, we'll come back to you. 9011. 62.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
This is 6219. Good morning. Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Linda Shoemaker.
I have lived adjacent to the field where they plan to build Liberty School for over 30 years. I have watched that location become a dangerous death trap for bicyclists, skateboarders, and teen drivers. My son was in a horrible accident trying to enter my driveway, which is the same dangerous turn this high school proposes. I am opposed to building any school at this proposed site. I have read the comments from the parents whose children attend Liberty Charter. They address how good the school is. I have no doubt it is a great school. Valhalla is also an excellent school, ranked in the top 25 schools in San Diego, but that's not relevant here. What is relevant is that 96% of the proposed student body for Liberty Charter does not reside in the VDO area and will be commuting to this location. And these Liberty parents are short-term and transient. In contrast, the impact the school will have on me, my family, my neighbors, and this community will be permanent and severe. These parents and students will move on, but I will be dealing with the long-term negative effects for the rest of my life. My property value will instantly decrease. I will risk my life every time I turn in and out of my driveway. I will not be able to enjoy retirement at my peaceful rural property or enjoy my rural view, but instead be invaded by 48,000 square feet of stucco that exceeds the allowable height limit. Supervisors, most of the 2,100 neighbors who live in this proposed site area are against this project. The VDO Board, the Grossmont Union High School District, the Grossmont Mount Helix Improvement Association, and SOS2 are all against this project. Our appeal is far more extensive than was just inaccurately summarized by the county. We ask that the board review our appeal, justification letter, and exhibits proving that the data is not accurate. Please open your eyes to see and open your ears to hear. This is the wrong location for any school. Please sustain the appeal and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9011. 9011. Please press *6 to unmute yourself if you'd like to address the board.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Christy Haig. I oppose the building of Liberty on Chase Boulevard because this is an unsafe place to build any school. This is a major intersection where cars move at freeway speeds and there are frequent accidents. It is shocking that decisions are being made based on an inadequate traffic study with inaccurate and outdated data rather than conducting the basic environmental impact report required for every public school. Do the Liberty students deserve a less rigorous safety study than other students? Liberty says that only 4% live in this area, which means that most of the 450 students will be driving from other areas and adding traffic to the already congested area. With students selected through random lottery, it is not likely that Liberty will ever be a Rancho community school. I have sons at Hillsdale and Valhalla. My only route to these schools is past the proposed site, and I drive that route several times each school day. When I turn from Fuerte onto Chase, I must watch for cars speeding down the Chase Hill toward where Liberty will build. The speed on this stretch terrifies my Hillsdale son, who holds his breath every time we turn. My Valhalla child is about to get his license. It's only 1.5 miles to school, but he'll have to drive through Liberty traffic before he can get to Valhalla. As he heads east down the single Chase lane, he'll have to avoid cars turning right into the Liberty driveway, as well as those trying to cross Chase into this driveway. He'll then have to avoid the cars coming out of the Liberty drive-through, as well as cars that have parked on Chase in front of the school. This is also where the turn lanes split before the intersection. On the way home, as he crosses Hamashaw onto Chase, he'll have to avoid cars turning into 7-Eleven, as well as cars getting into the left turn lane, while cars are merging into dangerously shortened space. Now imagine hundreds of teen drivers from Valhalla and Liberty trying to safely navigate this snarl daily. If any of them are running late, it would be far too easy to make a dangerously bad decision. Please do not allow this build. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0960. 0960. And again, if we don't hear from you when your number is called, we will come back to you. Our next caller is 2363. 2363. 2363. We will move on to 6907.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Sorry, my name is Heather Szilard, and I support Liberty Charter School. I currently drive 25 or more minutes to drive my son to school. The new location will be a considerably shorter drive. Liberty Charter is a very diverse group of students led by caring staff, and they are providing a greatly needed resource. There is a level of personal accountability you will not see in large setting high schools. They are preparing our students to be capable, independent, contributing adults. We live next to West Hills High School, and our son was lost among the hundreds of students there. Without Liberty Charter, my son would not be graduating high school. You couldn't ask for a more caring, responsible, respectful neighbor than Liberty Charter High School. I support this project.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6907. 6907. Again, we'll come back to you if you don't respond when your number is called. Our next caller is 3369. 3369.
Hello, my name is Andrea Buck. I had two students go to Literacy First Charter School from first grade. They both graduated 2019 and 2020 consecutively. I'm fully support moving forward with Liberty Charter being at that location. Not only does, I kind of echo what Debbie Byer was saying, how my kids are known. I had 3 other children go through regular public school, and middle of the road kids, not high standouts or special needs or needing any special help, and they got lost in the system. I bet their teachers, having gone to the school system for 12 years, their teachers didn't even remember them. I can tell you right now that every teacher my kids had at Liberty, remember them, know them. Even teachers they didn't have, remember them and know them because they are known. And I feel that's a very important piece, especially for kids nowadays, where there's 2 parents working, they aren't getting the help they need at home. They can definitely get it at the school. They feel like they're people, they feel like they're noticed. It will, the intrinsic value of having a school like Liberty where the teachers are passionate about the children is a necessary item in today's world. I fully support it. I know there's traffic concerns, but I can tell you that having been in the pickup line hundreds of times, it's well orchestrated, it's supervised, and they do it, they tell the parents in the beginning of the year what to expect. They reinforce the rules. They'll be excellent neighbors, and I can't support it enough. And I hope you vote in support of building the school there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4827. 4827.
Yeah, good morning. This is Leo Espelet. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm responsible for the preparation of the traffic impact study for the project, and I'm here to answer any questions that the Board of Supervisors may have specific to the findings. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Our next caller is 2993. 2993.
Hello, yes. My name is Dr. Stacy Harrell, and I've had the privilege of being a teacher and counselor at Liberty Charter High School since the beginning. I'm asking for you to deny the appeal and support Liberty Charter High School being built. While teaching at LCHS, I have had the privilege to see many students' lives transformed in life-changing ways due to the small nature of our school. It allows for a place where every child is known and cared for. Yes, there are other schools in the area, but none that are small, free public schools. And the size of our school allows for connecting in a way that large schools cannot. So I'm asking for you to please support our students' needs and approve our school to be built at the Chase and Hemshaw location, allowing families the option to choose a small school where every child is known. And being a place where every student is known helps us to keep students accountable to how we can, how they impact our community in a positive way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2665. 2665.
Hello, this is 2665.
Yes, hello.
My name is Mark Felock. I am a retired Navy helicopter pilot. I live about a half a mile from the location. And of course, I oppose this building, so support the appeal, deny the MUP. There are several issues, and it's not about the quality of the school. Of course, it's about the location. One thing I need to put out front is that there may be an issue that Supervisor Jacobs may need to recuse herself because Priscilla Schreiber is on the board at Literacy First, and she was with Grossmont Unified High School District for many, many years. So I know that they have a very familiar relationship. So that's first. Second is the comment that Ms. Beyer made in hers about how they saved pennies for many years. They purchased this land for $4.7 or $4.8 million in 2014. No developer in a million years will tell you that this lot was worth more than even $2 million. That transaction needs to be scrubbed very closely. Not sure what happened there. And of course, the safety issues. Like I said, I'm a helicopter pilot. I've been to every risk management and safety school that the Department of Defense offers, some of them twice. This is just a horrible location. It's not about the school. It's about the location. So this is the most important thing, that there is a proposed alternative location that has been presented to them. They need to pursue that better. This is not the only location available. So they need to understand that there are another location that's been proposed. And, lastly, something that has been mentioned is how this is going to possibly impact the businesses next door with their overflow parking. You've heard about the 7-Eleven across the street. And thank you. I don't support this school building.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1311. 1311. One, three, one, one. If not, we will move on to 2359. 2359.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Jessica Delgado, and I'm calling to speak in favor of upholding the permit to build the Liberty Charter High School on Chase and Hamishaw. Both of my kids love Literacy First Charter School. My daughter has been attending since kindergarten and is now in the 2nd grade. My son is in the 5th grade and has been attending LFCS since the beginning of 4th grade. He was struggling socially at his previous school and was
Good morning. My name is Eileen Bottenberg, and I speak to you. I am advocating for the support of Liberty High School.
Eileen, I apologize. I think you didn't respond when your number was originally called, and we have a different caller testifying right now, but we can come back to you as soon as that caller's finished. Thank you. So, Jessica, if you'd like to continue, 0960. 0960. We'll try to pick that caller back up as soon as she responds. We can, 2359. 2359. If you'd like to press *6, you can continue your testimony. Our apologies for that.
Can you hear me now?
We can. We apologize for that.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. My son is in the 5th grade and has been attending LFCS since the beginning of 4th grade. He was struggling socially at his previous school and was not receiving the support he needed. He's receiving the support he needs and has been thriving at LFCS. Not all schools are equal for all kids. At LFCS, the students are known, loved, and taught grit, integrity, leadership, and to be great members of their community. My husband and I are continually grateful that our kids are at LFCS. Everything they do, they work to do with excellence. Their long-standing reputation is why they have a wait list for students and families who are wanting to attend our school. During these COVID times, the administration, teachers, and staff have and continue to work so hard to make it possible for our children to be in school. The current high school is located in Lemon Grove, which is so much further from the elementary and junior high campuses, which means more gas and emissions. The LSCS administration has already addressed all of the concerns about traffic. I ask that you uphold the permit to build Literacy First Charter High School on Chase and Hamishaw, because once again, not all schools are equal for all kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and apologies again for that. And now we'll go back to 1311. So 1311, if you would like to press *6 now to unmute yourself, and then you can proceed with your testimony. 1311. We're having trouble hearing you. Your volume may be too low on your end.
I'm Eileen Bottenberg, and I want to urge you to support Liberty Charter High School. I speak to you as a parent who has 3 children attending Liberty Charter since 2003. So we have over 15 years of experience with this school. Liberty provides a unique learning opportunity for our students, a small school setting where the kids are known and nurtured. And I have been a parent for many, many years, and I know that most of the kids are East County residents. In fact, we're celebrating my daughter who started at Liberty, just graduated from UCSD, and is doing really well. One of the things that I want to note is that Liberty Charter, once the shutdown happened back in March, the school was operational within 2 days. I think my kids missed 1 day of school. And I think that speaks tremendously to the caliber of the leadership at our school. I live in this neighborhood. I live 0.6 miles away from the school. And I'm looking forward to the traffic improvements that will bring that busy intersection from a level F to a level C. Our 450 students, very, very few of those students drive. It's just a different time where other students just don't drive like when I was in school. This site, the reality is that this site will be developed and that this is a use that would be very beneficial to our community. I'd like to quickly address the morning drop-off and the afternoon pickup because I spent a lot of time going to different campuses picking kids up. Our school does a stellar job of managing the traffic. The morning drop-off, it's literally seamless. The kids, during the half-hour window of kids going to school, we drive in, drop our kids off. There's rarely traffic of dropping us off.
Thank you.
The afternoon pickup, it takes less than 15 minutes, and the Liberty staff is always there to
Thank you. Your time is up.
Supervise.
So we're going to move on to 8467. 8467.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hello, my name is Daniel Sanchez, and I'm a teacher, coach, counselor at Liberty Charter, but most importantly, I'm a parent of a current high school student. I clearly oppose the appeal and support the development of the new high school. I've been with LCH for the past 12 years. Our educational impact covers more than just academics, but it provides a transformational experience for our families, our student athletes. Every student is known, is taught to become a responsible community leader. Our purpose is not just to build a new shiny building, but to continue our legacy in meeting the needs of all our families within the community. I think our team has done a really good job in due diligence with our traffic studies. For the record, we don't have detention for tardies, so that stress won't be there. We keep safety at our top priority. We will continue to be outstanding neighbors to the neighboring communities. Our kids will have good education, and we do have a lot of kids in the surrounding communities coming here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0960. 0960. 0960. Our next caller is 6957. 6957.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rich Shoemaker, and I live on Chase Avenue. I've been a resident of El Cajon for 30 years, and my home borders the west side of the project. I oppose the building of Liberty Charter School at Chase and Hamishaw. Some of the students of Valhalla and or Liberty may be riding bikes to school. I don't feel this is safe. And to provide one example, one afternoon I was at the bottom of my driveway. I live directly across from Brayton Way, and waiting to make a left-hand turn going to west on Chase Avenue. In order to see clearly in both directions, I had to use my car into the bike lane. And when I did that, a bicyclist who was riding very fast down Chase hit the side of my car, rolled over my hood, and landed on the pavement. He just bumps and bruises, was not seriously injured, but it's very dangerous for bicyclists on Chase, as was mentioned before. Another issue for bicyclists and pedestrians to contend with is trash cans. We have to put the people that live on Chase, put their trash cans in the bike lane. That's the only place to put them in order to pick up on trash days, which are different for EDCO and waste management. Bicyclists have to go out of the bike lane and into traffic to go around trash cans. Chase Avenue is a dangerous road for any bicyclist to ride on. The school is proposing to restripe Chase, put parking spaces on the street between the driveways coming in and out of the school, and place the bike lane between two lanes of traffic. This would be extremely dangerous for students or pedestrians biking to school. It's not safe to build any school in this location for students driving, walking, or biking to school. Please sustain the appeal and vote no on the project. I just can't believe, living on Chase for 30 years, that adding the school will improve the traffic pattern on Chase Avenue. I can't see it. That's a red flag for me. Please sustain the appeal and vote no on the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6907. 6907. Six nine zero seven. Okay, our next caller is 6386. 6386. 6386. Again, if you don't respond when your phone number is called, we will come back to you. 6386. Then we will move on to 0697. 0697.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Vogan Jr. I am a graduate of Liberty Charter High School from the class of 2020, currently attending Point Loma Nazarene University, and I am in favor of building a new campus for my old high school. Adding on, I am a resident of Branch, San Diego, and I have been for 18 years, and I did not predict much addition to the traffic problem in this current area. I have been a part of Liberty Supervisors Charter family since 6th grade, coming from a public school background. When I enrolled in the school, my reading comprehension was at a 4th grade level. However, during the course of my academic career, I was able to surpass the challenge to become one of the top performers in the nation for the essay section of both the ACT and SAT, which was a couple points lower than a perfect score, thanks to Liberty Charter. My family and I knew joining Liberty Charter High School would be the best chance for my dream to attend a 4-year university become a reality. Not only did Liberty Charter improve my education, they gave me other opportunities, such as joining 6 varsity sports teams, becoming the president of the ASB club, and serving the community through trash pickups. Now I have achieved my goal, and I reflect on many opportunities Liberty Charter High School and the Liberty First family gave to me. I was able to form personal connections with the faculty with a small student-to-teacher ratio, which undoubtedly helped me with my high school career. However, the one that shines the brightest is that they never gave up on me. Even in the midst of a worldwide pandemic, Liberty Charter was one of the first high schools in San Diego to transition rapidly to an online format, not giving up on students' education. Now, I currently sit on the top of the dean's list at Point Loma Nazarene University, thanks to the opportunities Liberty Charter gave me. They should be able to build a new campus suited for high school students, providing a high school experience on a personal level of making sure every student makes their mark in the world. For most cases, in order to succeed in life, opportunities need to be given, and the Liberty Charter family has done everything in their power to bring education to students both academically advanced and challenged. And giving those opportunities to the San Diego community It is time we give back to the family with a new, healthy, and positive school environment for the leaders of tomorrow in the form of a new campus. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5855. 5855.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to speak. My name is Susan Brownlee. I'm a past member of the Valle de Oro Community Planning Group, and I live less than a half a mile from the site. I'm not opposed to charter schools or Liberty Charter High School. As a matter of fact, my son attended a charter school. However, I am opposed to the building of Liberty Charter High School at this site because it negatively affects the semi-rural character of our community. It creates dangerous, unmitigatable traffic and safety risks and poses a threat to the livelihoods of the business owners adjacent to the site. I moved to this neighborhood 24 years ago because of the semi-rural nature of the area, and slowly but surely our community's character is being eroded by overdevelopment and zoning that is inappropriate for its infrastructure. The small study area of the traffic study does not take into account the rural roads surrounding the project site, further adding drivers from outside our direct community, many of which who will be inexperienced teen drivers, will increase the traffic risks throughout our entire neighborhood. And finally, because of the lack of the shoulders on Chase, this development threatens the local businesses that many in our community frequent. If this were a public high school, it would not be allowed to be built on this site since it's directly adjacent to both an existing liquor store, vape shops, hookah store, and a gas station. Please deny any MUP that comes before you to build a high school at the proposed site. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3736. 3736.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Kevi Pasha. I'm currently a junior at Liberty Charter, and I've been a part of the Literacy First family since kindergarten, and so have my 3 other siblings, both younger and older. I'm in favor of building this new campus and would like to let you know of my experiences at Liberty Charter and the Literacy First Charter Schools. Liberty Charter and the Literacy First Charter Schools have made a lasting impact on my family through its values and staff. Liberty, being a charter, provides freedom of choice for parents when deciding where their child can go to school. Because of this, my parents were able to decide where I went to school and were not restricted by our district. Had it not been for that, my life would be drastically different. Liberty has provided me and my siblings with a quality education. The small classrooms and passionate teachers create an environment in which every student is seen and known. Students are not only known by their teachers, but by the entire staff. Our vice principal stands outside of our gates every morning and personally greets each and every individual by name. Our day begins and ends with every student feeling noticed and cared for. Beyond just having a quality education, Liberty also provides students with values and character skills that will aid them in being thoughtful and responsible citizens. Before COVID times, our school would dedicate over an hour every single Wednesday to bring all the students together in an assembly. Each week, these assemblies are focused on teaching students lessons and values that may not be reached in the traditional classroom setting. These assemblies, alongside the staff and format of our classrooms, create the impactful school that has changed the life of me and my entire family. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6800. 6800.
Hi.
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Josephine Reineke, and I'm a resident of East County. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak this morning in opposition to the proposed building of Liberty Charter High School on the corner of Chase and Hamisha. As I mentioned, I am in opposition to the building of Liberty Charter on this proposed site for numerous reasons, but specifically due to traffic volume and safety. I appreciate the Board of Supervisors listening to me, and I want to specifically thank Diane Jacobs for all that she has done for East County, its safety, and its high schools. Unfortunately, I have experience driving east on Chase towards Hamisha and within half a mile of the proposed building site of Liberty Charter High School when I was passed on the shoulder by a car speeding extensively. This is in the section of Chase that is one lane each way. The speed limit as it is 45 miles an hour. There is not enough space and room to handle the additional volume of traffic that is anticipated as a result of building Liberty Charter on the corner of Chase, because we can barely handle the traffic volume that is currently occurring in this section of El Cajon. Please listen to us residents and know that we are here in opposition only because of the safety issues that will affect our students our elderly, and the general population. The volume of accidents in this 1 to 2 mile radius has increased so much in the last 2 years that we need to pay attention to the statistics and vote this proposed location down. Thank you for listening and for your time.
Thank you. Our next, excuse me, our next caller is 9959. 9959.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Susie Dent, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on my opposition of the proposed Liberty Charter School. All know Chase Avenue is a major thoroughfare to and from Highway 8, where in areas Chase is a single lane. One who lives on one of the streets connected to Chase Avenue, it is difficult and time-consuming to get out onto Chase. Often I see people just take their chances and pull out, causing near accidents or accidents. Now you are considering 450 or more cars on an already busy and dangerous road, which will become more dangerous in the vicinity of the proposed school site. I cannot tell you how often I hear a crash on Chase from my home. Just imagine if one involves a student or someone pressed for time even more because of an additional 450 cars going up or down Chase at very busy hours. How is it that Chase can be reworked and improved for safety? There is no good answer. It really can't. One accident, and hopefully not a fatality, if the school is allowed, is one too many. Another point, where the proposed school site is within 600 to 1,000 feet setback of a liquor store, hookah lounge, and massage parlor. How is it you can even consider this a site for school? In ending, I want to make it perfectly clear, I am all for school choice and for schools. It does not matter how good the school is, but they need to be located where it is safe, not only for the community, but students and faculty attending said school. This proposed site does not fit the bill for either. I strongly oppose the school being built on this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8084. 8084.
Good morning. I am Teresa Kemper, Superintendent of the Grossmont Union High School District. I'm here today to discuss Liberty Charter High and clearly tell you that we are opposed to the proposed new location of the school due to safety and its impacts on the vicinity and schools in our district. The reality is that a concentration of additional youth and young adult drivers are a safety concern. This is less than 1 mile from Valhalla High School that has over 2,200 students, much less parents and community members, at 1.3 miles from Vista Grande Elementary, 1.5 miles from Rancho San Diego Elementary, just over 1.5 miles from Hillsdale Middle, and 2.4 miles from Cuyamaca Community College. Traffic congestion is already an issue, especially at the beginning and end of school days. At another high school, and we have a traffic nightmare. I'm deeply concerned for students who may be walking to and from Valhalla High School and Liberty Charter as well. I'm deeply concerned for students in a high school adjacent to a liquor store, vape shop, hookah lounge, and massage spa. I'm concerned for our bus drivers and parents who will traverse this where adequate turn lanes and traffic safety measures are not present. I'm deeply concerned that the impacts of this facility have not been well considered and do not meet the standard of care and analysis that a public school district like GUHSD would have to meet if we proposed a new school. Simply put, we would have to do a full EIR and install measures to mitigate any impacts. We would not be able to build on a site that was dry farmed without consulting the Department of Toxic and Substance Control. I'm concerned about the safety of students who would attend Liberty Charter without adequate consideration of all safety measures. Our issue is not with Liberty Charter School, its students, families, families, or staff. We have no concern with where the school is currently located within our district boundaries. We confirm they do not need to vacate their current location. We have had no issues with the current location. I might also add that the Grossmont district offers high-quality programs and schools, including alternative schools of choice. Our main issue is student and community safety.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1336. 1336.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
My name is Stephen Bickley. I've been a resident in the Valley d'Or area for 42 years at the same place. I was an educator for 40 years, and I am opposed to this location. First, let me reiterate that's come up many times before that this is not an issue over the viability or the worth of Liberty charters. However, charters do not have to adhere to the same rules as public schools, as Superintendent Kemper just made allusion to. The issue is of attempting to build a high school where it does not belong for many reasons. As SOS and VDO made clear in there, that a primary concern is safety. Some issues that have just barely been addressed are, first, no public school could be built there due to the many conflicts with the site abutting a liquor store, a massage parlor, a hookah lounge, a vape shop, a canteen, and across the street from a 7-Eleven. Second, AB 1505 raises the issue of charter schools duplicating educational and services already offered. Grossmont Union Superintendent Teresa Wright started to make the many alternative programs they offer clear before, and she did before the planning board. Also, AB 1505 raises questions of charter schools not likely to serve the interest of the community it wants to operate within. Repeatedly, the applicant has made clear as recently as before the planning board that no more than 4% of their students reside in the Valley d'Oro area. They've also repeatedly made clear that the facilities would be only for the use of their students. Okay? Most of the Liberty presentation you heard, and all the people that seem to have called in that are from Liberty are addressing their excellence. That's not the issue. The issue is the location. Please do not be misled, as the planners seem to have been, that the issue is the location, not the value of Liberty Charter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1287. 1287. 1287. We will move on to 6344. 6344.
Hi, my name is Danielle, and I live 1 mile from the proposed location of the building of Liberty Charter High School. I oppose the building of it. I first want to thank the Board of Supervisors. My property line runs parallel to Chase, and as you head east on Chase, after you pass through the light at Old Chase and Anza, the road narrows from 2 lanes to 1 lane. Essentially, we're across from Planter Paradise. My wife and I have constantly informed the County Board of Supervisors, the El Cajon Police Department, and the County Sheriff to have attention paid to this half-mile strip of lane where speeding and volume of traffic is a constant issue. This section is less than a mile from the proposed site of Liberty Charter. Our 400-foot-long fence has been damaged, knocked down, ran through 5 separate times in the last year and a half. It is all due to the volume of automobile traffic and speed as the lane moves from 2 lanes to 1 lane. They have recently restriped it and moved the transition 500 yards west. We hope that this will help solve our fence from being crashed into, but it's not taking care of the unsafe area. The jury is still out how you're going to handle the 900 additional cars on this 1 mile section of Liberty Charter in El Cajon, where Liberty wants to build. Specifically on Chase, it's unsafe, it makes 0 sense, and it does not appear that it's been thoroughly vetted from a safety standpoint. Thank you for your time and attention to my opposition.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7724. 7724.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Lynn Dunton, and I have had the privilege of being the athletic director at Liberty Charter for 8 years. Our athletic program is unlike most high school athletic programs. Our goal is to win games. However, our purpose is to partner with parents to develop men and women of excellent character who make a difference and a positive impact in the lives of others in their community. Our foundational core values are respect, responsibility, integrity, grit, courage, empathy, self-control, and service. As an athletic department, all of our coaches are committed to intentionally modeling and teaching character to our student athletes. We have high academic and conduct standards for all of our athletes. Our purpose is to create winners in sports and winners in life. We believe it's important for our student athletes to develop and demonstrate empathy for others through serving. Our girls volleyball teams host an annual Blockout Cancer Night, which has raised thousands of dollars to help families that have been affected by breast cancer. Our teams have served with Salvation Army's Toys for Tots, volunteered at food banks, collected and distributed hundreds of school uniforms to refugee families and low-income schools, and hosted community basketball clinics. When COVID hit in March, our track team and their families donated dozens of items and gift cards for a single mom who was living in a garage with her 3 children. 47% of our students participate in the 11 sports we offer, which is much less than most high school teams that they offer. We don't have tackle football or cheerleaders, therefore eliminating the noise and lights that the neighbors are concerned about on Friday nights. We will treat our neighbors with respect. We will strive to give back and become involved in service projects in the community. And we believe that our school, our student athletes, and our coaches will be great assets to the El Cajon community. Please vote to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8714. 8714. We will move on to, it looks like we actually have, okay. Our next caller is 1616. 1616. How about 2131? 2131. 2131. Again, if people don't respond when we call on those numbers, we will come back to you before a testimony concludes on this item. We will move on to 2878. 2878. 2878. 2878.
And for the callers, you'll need to press *6 to unmute your line.
We will go to 3545. 3545.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Wattenberg. I strongly advocate for Liberty Charter High School to have a home in El Cajon. I went to the LSCS program from K through 12, and the school has fundamentally formed my character, my integrity, and grit as a student to be as successful as I am at UCSD and becoming an alumni there. I live across the street from Valhalla High School, so of course I understand the concern of implementing another high school. Valhalla is a nightmare with loud football games, band practice, and commencement ceremonies. I could tell you the score of the soccer game from my own backyard. However, Liberty Charter is one of the few schools in the district comprised of the most uplifting staff, hardworking students, and welcoming community. The impact of Liberty Charter would be not only beneficial for El Cajon, but also absolutely necessary for the rising generation. The next generation deserves to have the choice of attending a school that makes them feel known, cared for, and recognized. With Liberty Charter's small population of 400 students, students and alumni feel empowered to reach their potential. Liberty Charter does not host obnoxious sporting events or even have prison-sounding bells to guide students to class. Liberty Charter advocates for taking responsibility of the impact that they make in their community, and they demonstrate this with the wonderful relationships they have with their other campuses on Mollison and Washington, Bradley and First, and the Lemon Grove community. They are intentional with the work that they do, and they ensure that every aspect of their program is efficient and effective for students, families, and their neighbors. I urge you to think about the incredible impact Liberty Charter will have for the El Cajon community and take a stand with me to fight for schools that truly invest in their students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0960. 0960. Again, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself after your number is called. 0960. If not.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi. Hi. Yes. I'm on. All right.
We're having a hard time hearing you, or you may have poor cell reception.
All right. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. I just want to start to say I'm a mom with two boys that right now attending Literacy Charter School, and they're still in elementary grade. I'm in favor for the high school, Liberty High School, and we are planning, as parents, we are planning to get our kids to the high school that's close by to our residents. And I just want to let everybody know that this school is an amazing school for my kids. They're thriving in a small school, and please give us a chance. This is a good school and have great leadership, great parents interaction, and also the teachers, the staff. They're great. They love our kids just like their own, and they're not just teaching good academically, but they really teach characters, things that we really need nowadays. And I know the concern about traffic, and that's just when there's development somewhere, there would be some kind of changes in traffic, but our school is trying to make the traffic better, to improve the surrounding traffic. So I'll already do all this study. So please, we're in favor for this high school, and yeah, please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5435. 5435. 5435. Again, we will come back to people who don't respond when we call their number. Our next caller is 7996. 7996.
Hi, my name is Heidi Klippel, and I'm an estate planning attorney who lives in this area. I believe this school is an amazing school. However, I do not feel this location is a good location for any school. It is a small parcel of land located in an already very congested area. It is my opinion that students would be put at risk due to the traffic congestion in this area. My primary concern is for the safety of the students and the pedestrians. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2878. 2878.
Hello.
Hello. 2878, you appear to have muted yourself. You need to press *6.
Hello.
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 Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you so much for taking my call and for everyone's service. And I've been listening to
all the responses. My name is Scott Wildy. I'm a parent of two Liberty students, and I'm also live in the area, in the Rancho San Diego area, and I work for a nonprofit. And I am in favor of building the school, although I do appreciate the concerns that have been raised as someone who lives in the area and understands the value of neighborhoods and the concerns that come with them. The problems that have been shared so far, from what I understand, are already existing with the schools. There are great schools. My wife went to Valhalla. She grew up in this neighborhood. And what I have known over the years, and from stories that she has told me as well as her family, is that this area has been developed over the course of 3 or 4 decades. And every time there's development, there's opposition, which is understandable. But development is a part of being in San Diego. There's limited space. There's limited space for schools. But what we know is that when libraries and schools and things like that are built and added to the community, they only add to the community, not only the welfare of the community, but also even to property values. And so I just commend you to approve this. And I trust that in a decade's time, when the school is built, the community will see how beneficial this school, just like every other location that Liberty is in. And as a parent, we're used to traffic. That's a part of it. And we've done amazingly with those things. But we have benefited the communities that we've been in. And again, the other callers who oppose it, although I appreciate their points, they don't represent everyone who lives in the community. As someone who is a part of Rancho San Diego and was married into a family that grew up in this area. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1272. 1272. 1272. Again, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself. And if you don't respond when we call your number, we will come back to you. Our next caller is 1293. 1293. 1293. We will move on to 0066. 0066.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Ray Solano. I live close to the proposed school site. My opposition and that of the over 2,000 area residents are based on the school's dangerous location and not the quality of the school itself. Liberty School parents who have voiced support for the school are probably not aware that the well-being and lives of their children, themselves, and local residents are at stake. What is puzzling to me is that there is more suitable and safer location offering 70 acres for $1.3 million. Further, why is Liberty willing to put up $750,000 of taxpayer money to indemnify the county against any potential lawsuit rather than put these funds towards the purchase of an alternative site? Supervisors, I plead with you to support our appeal as we all endure the long-term consequences of your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1102. 1102.
Good morning, San Diego County Board of Supervisors. My name is Isabella Ukimpo, and I'm a senior at Liberty Charter High School. I oppose this new appeal and support the building of our new school. Going through Literacy First program from kindergarten through 12th grade has made a tremendous impact on my life, and I know that it will make a tremendous impact on the lives of many future students in the El Cajon area. The learning experiences that LCHS blessed me with will have been and forever will be crucial to my development as an adolescent. In fact, it is the school's accentuation of character in particular that aided this development. Before the start of the pandemic, there was even a weekly module called Leadership dedicated to social, safety, and moral issues all students will be forced to encounter in the real world. In addition, the entire school's educational philosophy is crafted around the idea of ESLERs, or expected school-wide learning results. These ESLERs are a list of 5 traits: values-conscious thinker, self-directed learner, literate citizen, effective communicator, and responsible community leader. These traits comprise the types of young adults that LCHS strives to breed each day. Now, I know that I cannot speak for every single child in El Cajon, but I can speak for myself. This school shapes me into the person I am today, and while I am nowhere near perfect, I am confident in my ability to effectively contribute to society as a whole. Thus, I can assure you that Liberty Charter High School will significantly benefit El Cajon and the area's future generation of students. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3017. 3017. Hello.
Good morning, Board Supervisors. Hello. My name is Sarah Lanham. I'm a resident that lives about half a mile from the proposed site. I'm an attorney and my husband's a police officer. We have 2 teenagers that are getting close to driving age. I've listened to all the comments this morning, so I'm going to try not to be repetitive. One of the things that people have not brought up in this discussion is that in addition, as part of being a semi-rural area, this community is dark at night. There have been several instances where I myself have almost hit people that are down in that very area because you can't see them. The cars drive very, very fast. It's an incredibly dangerous intersection. Moreover, people speed on Chase. They cut through from across El Cajon to get down to Hamishaw. They also cut through up Fuerte, which is closer to my home. And I can only anticipate that any future high school in that location is going to add to those speeders, especially with teenage speeders. What really concerns me is what I have heard about the suitable alternative location that has been proposed to Liberty Charter and has been rejected or not even considered for whatever reason. My understanding it's a much larger space with a better traffic setup than what we have here. As Supervisor Jacobson is aware, since she's in the area, as she admitted earlier, and if any of you have ever been to this area, it's just an absolutely ridiculous place for a high school to be located. Therefore, we very much oppose the MUP, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4565. 4565. 4565. Again, you need to.
Just one sec, sorry.
4565, you may proceed.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sarah Wilkin and I have a 6th grader and a 2nd grader at LCS. I'm calling to offer my support in favor of the building of Liberty Charter High School. When my children are of high school age, they should have the option of attending a small high school in their city. Where they are known by every staff member, where they will receive an excellent academic education and a stellar character education, and where they will feel like they're part of a great family, because that is what my kids get right now while attending LFCS. In regards to the impact on traffic, it has been my experience that Ms. Beyer and the Literacy First team have students and families' best interests at heart. So I'm confident the location of the high school has been researched and vetted to make sure it's safe and appropriate. Plus, because we're like a family, we carpool. So again, just wanted to say for all these people concerned with traffic, it is relevant that the quality of the school has been brought up multiple times, because it's the quality of the school that builds and lets the supervisors know about the character of Ms. Beyer and her staff. And so when we say that we love our school and we put trust in them, we trust that they've gone and vetted through these traffic considerations and know that they have our kids' best interests at heart. Please vote in favor of building this high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8703. 8703.
Please understand that we are not saying at all that Liberty Charter is not a great school. My name is Avis Thomas, and I oppose the building of Liberty Charter on the corner of Chase and Hamishaw. I've been a resident of East County for 32 years. I find it very interesting that less than 4% of the students' population at Liberty Charter is from our community. Therefore, it is very clear they are unaware of the serious traffic issues in this small section of East County. And by reading the e-comments, it is clear to me that those in favor of the proposed location are in it for the short term, maybe 2 to 3 years, while those who oppose this location have been residents for decades, and we are in it for the long term. It is a given that there is regular, consistent, heavy traffic around any school in any community. However, the traffic in this quadrant of less than 1/8 of a mile in length is high at any time of day and all day long. This is without a school being on the same intersection and without COVID. All you have to do is look at the number of accidents and deaths on old Highway 94 by Still Canyon in the last 15 years since it's been built, or Hillsdale and Valhalla by young drivers. The accidents and daily backup of cars twice a day on Chase Avenue for Chase Avenue Elementary. I ask each of you board supervisors to go over to Chase Avenue and see the 3 to 4 block backup in a through lane every single day, and they are stopped waiting to turn into the parking lot. It is absolutely unsafe, especially with the parents that run their kids across 4 lanes of traffic on Chase to get to Chase Avenue Elementary. The same is going to exist for Liberty Charter if it is approved and built there. As I stated earlier, I 100% believe Liberty Charter is a good high school, but we have to keep the safety of our community as the #1 priority.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next caller is 9002. 9002.
My name is Nancy Bailey, and thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I applaud the character of Liberty Charter School, as do many others on this conversation, but I strongly oppose the building of any school on the proposed site. And I oppose because the proposed traffic management plan for Liberty is not realistic. Since there would be very limited on-site parking, 3/4 of the students attending Liberty High School would have to be dropped off and picked up from school at a one-way turnaround loop. And I can cite an example of why a one-way turnaround loop won't work. Currently, due to COVID, the Fuerte Elementary School near my home is operating at 50% capacity, and parents are required to drop their children off by pulling into such a loop on the school property. It's a loop much as is being proposed for Liberty High. At 8:45 in the morning, when children are being dropped off at Fuerte Elementary, traffic is gridlocked for several hundred yards in both directions on Fuerte Drive. We can expect the same, only worse, on Chase Avenue if the Liberty High School is built on the proposed site. Having a turnaround loop where students can be dropped off in front of the school will result in huge backup congestion on Chase Avenue. If the Liberty School is allowed to be built, common sense tells us that to avoid horrific congestion at the intersection of Chase Avenue and Hamashaw Boulevard, parents will drop students off on the blocks approaching the school rather than drive through the turnaround loop. It isn't hard to imagine the ensuing accidents when cars stop unexpectedly or when students dart across Hamashaw Boulevard to get to school. I'm imploring the Board of Supervisors to really listen to the very real concerns of the community and deny the major use permit to build the Liberty Charter High School on the proposed site. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0300. 0300.
Hello, my name is John Lutzi, and as a California Distinguished School, Liberty has demonstrated its commitment to the families and, more importantly, the communities that it serves. They remain committed to improving the quality and accessibility to secondary education in San Diego's East County. There will always be those who argue against the proposed location of the school site, no matter where it is proposed to be located. Do not let perfect be the enemy of good. Additionally, Don't let the poor traffic management and inadequate planning of other schools in the neighborhood reflect on the excellent leadership of Literacy First Charter Schools. The proposed site for the new Liberty campus will enable them to continue their legacy of providing meaningful school choice to students who most need it. The concerns that have been raised today over traffic problems associated with the building of Liberty have already been addressed by proposed road improvements, which according to the research done will actually improve the rating of the intersection in question. I ask that you support the building of Liberty campus and approve its major use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6900. 6900.
Hello. Good morning, or actually it's now good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Cox and County Supervisors, and especially to County Diane Jacob, who we thank for your 28 years of representation and service to our area. My name is Kathleen Hedberg. I'm a registered civil engineer with a master's in public health, and I am currently the president for the Grossmont Mount Helix Improvement Association. The Grossmont Mountain Helix Improvement Association is a nonprofit association that represents an area of more than 7,000 households and has over 1,100 active members in the area where the Liberty Charter High School is proposed to be built. While, once again, as many have stated, we do not object to the quality of the school. We are concerned with the location of the high school. This area is designated semi-rural residential. The site was never intended for the massive increase in traffic by pickup and drop-off of students and staff. As stated in the negative mitigation, to mitigate the traffic impact, the school is proposing to widen Chase Avenue to provide a second eastbound lane to provide space to accommodate a westbound turn lane, and a payment that would also be made to the county's transportation impact fee program. A payment to the county does not alleviate traffic increases. The proposed mitigation will not resolve the dangerous traffic problems that will negatively impact the quality of the daily life for our community. Please listen to our community, which has much to lose if this school is built at this site. We ask you to support the appeal and deny the major use permit for the project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5598. 5598.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Smith. I am calling in favor of Liberty High School. I am a current parent of a student at Literacy First Charter School, as well as a former resident of the neighborhood directly above the prospective property off of Chase. I have lived there for 18 years. My parents, who currently still live there, have been there for 34. I drove Hamish out of school every single day from kindergarten to high school, and I continue driving that road frequently. I never, nor have my parents, been in accidents on this road. I want to remind the board that getting in your vehicle at any point on any road is a risk. I speak on behalf of both myself and my parents when I say that we are in full support of this amazing school being built in this community. The school itself is an exemplary establishment, teaching its students as much about character as they do academics. The staff is top quality. The school would be a major benefit to any child who attends. While the opposition speaks of traffic, besides all the improvements that will be made to the roads, it's truly amazing to watch any campus at LSCS navigate with precision the drop-off and pickup of all their students from all campuses all over El Cajon, in very urban areas of El Cajon. They truly are the best at respecting their communities and working alongside residents to create an effective flow of traffic. This would be no different for the new high school, which, noted, would be a very small high school, unlike the neighboring high schools like Valhalla and Grossmont. I can't think of a better addition to the community that I called home my entire childhood. Our children deserve safe and amazing schools like Liberty to attend now more than ever. So, with that being said, I implore the board to approve the building of Liberty High School and to honor our country and our freedom to be able to choose education for our children. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5029. 5029. 5029.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Megan Despain. I am here on behalf of my family, who is the owner of the small shopping center located at 1470 to 1480 Hamashaw Road. My family has owned that property for over 45 years and watched the area grow drastically from a rural outpost to a thriving residential and commercial center. I'll try my best not to repeat anything that anyone said, but we do support the denial of the appeal and the approval of the MUP for the project, and we believe it'll be certainly a benefit to our shopping center, but also a long-term benefit to the area. The traffic issue seems to be that's been continually addressed, seems to be an ongoing and pervasive one that is much greater than whether or not this particular project gets made. Change and growth are inevitable in this growing city and county, and with change comes resistance. While fear of change is natural, I believe it will benefit the community in the long run in many ways. They seem to be developing and preparing this project with the community in mind, and that shows a level of character that will continue that way. And certainly it would be a much better option than a lot of other things that could move into the area that may be less interested in being part of and enhancing the community. So for those ends, several other reasons of people who are supporting this project, we also recommend that this project move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6353. 6353.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Mike Peterson, and I'm a teacher here at Liberty Charter High School. I urge the board to deny the appeal and support the building of Liberty Charter High School. I'd like to thank the board for evaluating the trade-offs of this issue. First, they have to figure out how the new campus can both create helpless gridlock and reckless road racing, but more seriously, they have to place the long-term value of giving a great school in the long term for the whole region a place to be over the short-term concerns, which are legitimate, undoubtedly. Everyone wants adults who will be good employees, citizens, and community members, but they have to come from schools with campuses. In my 35 years in education, I have not seen a school do as much for so many as this one has. It educates in a way that tailors the education to each student, and it is a valuable community resource. It knits families into a school community that supports education and responsible citizenship. Finally, I thought so much of the school that after I came here a couple of years back, I brought my own son here as an 11th grader who thrived and is now doing well in college. Please let us bring our program to a permanent home in a new location. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8905. 8905.
Hello, this is Jessica Eelson, and I have two sons already at Liberty High School, and I have two younger children who will be upcoming students. I'd like to voice in support of Liberty and ask you to deny the appeal. A lot has been said about the traffic flow, and as a mom who's been at Liberty for 3 years, we already have a one-way loop drop-off driveway, and currently with COVID, we have 4 drop-off points along that driveway. And I have to say that traffic is not a deal. So there's a lot of hyperbole being used here about the horrific traffic and so many more cars, but it's really not like that. We already have, I believe, 350 students on campus. I understand that the proposal would allow us to increase over the next years, but traffic doesn't back up. In the morning, it just flows through. There's not even a wait at the light more than 3 or 4 cars long to turn in. Also, it was mentioned that the Valhalla traffic would complicate things with the Liberty traffic, but their bell schedule starts at 8 a.m. Ours starts at 8:15. So those are close, but they don't overlap. So there would be some overlap in traffic, but it's not like we're all going to be trying to get there at the exact same time. So in the afternoon, we do have a little bit more of a backup getting into the campus for pickup, but again, it clears out within about 5 minutes. So that's not, again, not extreme. So the board has already reviewed all of the studies, approved all of the application, looked at all of the info. I hate that you guys have to rehash all of this and listen to hours of comments. So I'm trying to keep it short here, but if it was insufficient, the traffic studies and all of this, that would have been uncovered earlier in this process. So I hate for you to have to redo your work. I would just like to ask that you continue to support the decision you've already made. I appreciate all of your time. Stand by your work that you've done and allow our school to have a permanent home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0378. 0378.
Hello, my name is Kevin Perry. I'm with Pacific Cornerstone Architects, the architect for the project for Liberty, and I am here in support of the project and specifically the project team and county staff that have worked diligently over many years to bring the project to the position of approval. And just offer my services and if there's any relevant questions for architectural for the project. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6193. 6193. 6193. You may need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi. I would like to put my approval or whatever you need for the building of Liberty Charter High School. I'm a mom of 5. I have 2 high school students. One graduated last year during the COVID lockdown. I'm a coach for the school as well. And I would just like to confirm the traffic flow and as a parent who's driven and also who had a student learn to drive and then be part of the driving circle that goes through the high school. The wait line is very short. It's less than 30 minutes. In the morning is much faster. There's no detention. Our families are from the area. These are all issues that were brought up in the meeting prior. There's no one that is bused in to the schools. We do not have a bus system. There are multiple improvements that are planned to help with safety, including sidewalks. All these things are going to help improve the area, not take away from the area. The building process, the traffic, and all those things have been taken into account by people who live in the area, who work in the area, and who will be affected by the building and the school in general. These are people that are dedicated to making a difference in their society and in their community. The high school alone not only produces, but also encourages lifelong learners and active community members. We are in full support of building this high school and helping our school be bigger and not bigger, but better, coming away from a lease program that is currently where they are right now, where they instantly, anytime could have that taken away. That is why students are calling in and asking for your support. Thank you.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Bethany Gott.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2571. 2571. Again, please press *6 to unmute yourself. And if you do not respond when your number is called, we will come back to you. Our next speaker is 8751. 8751.
Good afternoon. My name is Gordon Page. I've lived next to the proposed site for the past 20 years. And I oppose the building of the high school. In March, I participated in a 6-hour peak traffic count of the Chase and Hamishaw intersection because the Liberty Charter traffic study used data that was 5 years old. And I did not believe it accurately reflected the current traffic levels, and I was correct. The counts that we got in March were thousands of cars higher than the old data used by Liberty Charter traffic study. The high school's traffic study and the county staff used a trip generation that was nearly half of the accurately calculated number. They used the number 585 ADT, and currently calculated according to the county's guidelines, it should have been 914 ADT. So at the correct trip generation numbers, which Kimley-Horn admits even its old data results in a significantly higher trip generation than 585, the required study area is much larger than the small segment studied in the Liberty Charter traffic study. That traffic study used study area of only about 1/2 a mile from Chase and Hamishaw to Hamishaw and Hillsdale and equal distance north on Hamishaw. So if county guidelines had been complied with, the approximate required study area would have reached all the way to Hamishaw and Washington to the north, Chase and Mollison to the west, Chase and Hillsdale to the east, and all the way into Rancho San Diego to the south. Now, Chase and Mollison and Hamishaw and Washington are within El Cajon city limits, and therefore the project would have a direct impact on El Cajon roadways. However, much like the lack of notice to the surrounding neighbors, including those like me who live within 300 feet of the proposed project, El Cajon never got noticed. According to the El Cajon city manager, Graham Mitchell, in the 6 years Liberty Charter has been planning the high school, neither the school nor the county ever.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7550. 7550.
Yes, hello. This is Bruce Wallitz, a lifetime resident of East County, a 40-year property owner across from the school. And I'd like to say I'm for the appeal against, well, I'm not against the school. I would like to say I'm very impressed with all the comments on the school. And then I realized who's running the school, and I'm even more impressed. But I was always taught not to try to put a $10 plant in a $5 hole. And I think that's what we've got going. I think we got a $10 or a $20 plant in Liberty School. But no matter what, how good the school is, they're always going to be faced with these limitations of this site. It's a funny intersection. As it is, we've got terrible traffic from the liquor store going south on Hamishaw. They're continually U-turns, illegal left turns right out of the spot. So if you direct everybody around the corner, take a right-hand turn out, right-hand turn onto Hamishaw, you're going to be faced with all those U-turns. I'd like to say that I agree completely with the comments made by Valley de Oro and the SOS presentation, and I disagreed with the findings presented by the staff when they said things like, you know, it would be less than significant. I know that's an official term, but it really shows no understanding of it. But there was an accident. I know, of course, they said, you know, no fatalities. Well, I'm kind of at the Sundale-Hamishaw intersection, and, you know, maybe it was more than 5 years. I don't know. It seems like yesterday, but some young kids were traveling up, as they do every night. We listen to it, and it was number 2 to 4 dead at our intersection. We walked up and saw the whole thing. So there's always speeders. It's not it's a nightmare location for this site. So I'm against the MUP and for the appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1253. 1253. And again, if you don't respond when we call your number, we will come back to you. 1253. As a reminder, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself after we call your number. Our next caller is 1616. 1616. Hello.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name's Brianne Walker, and I currently have 3 kids at Literacy First Charter School. I've never felt so lucky to be a part of this school family. LFCS truly is a safe haven for my children and many other children. Not only do their individual teachers know their name, but most of the staff knows them by name and notices when they are not in school. 2020 has been a horrible year for so many families and children. So many families have been displaced, and so many kids have been displaced from their schools, a refuge where they can find joy with their friends and an escape from possibly a disruptive home. Yet our school rose to the occasion, fought the good fight, and our leaders and teachers worked tirelessly to make sure our doors were open this school year. If one of the biggest worries is traffic, I hope you would rest assured that our school has an amazing plan already in place for that, and would shift your mind and soul to caring for the future of our children. LSBS takes great value in the character of our students, and wouldn't you rather see a generation of respectful teens than those that are ignored or not recognized from a large populated high school? Please listen to our hearts. From one mother to another, we ask that you would support the build of the LSCS high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2131. 2131. Again, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself. 2131, you may proceed. Hi, 2131. We see you've unmuted yourself, so you may state your name and begin speaking.
Your device may be muted.
On your end?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Vicky Aljabi. I've been living 32 years now on Hamisha itself, close to Chase. So Chase for myself and like working all this time, and for many other residents will be the road we take to Highway 8. So I've witnessed myself many accidents on this road. So it is congested as is. And not only that, twice I've witnessed 2 accidents in one day. I mean, like the same time, half a mile apart. Besides that accidents, that would be my first concern. The second concern would be the congestion that everybody's talking about. So when we go down Chase to go to Hamisha, that spot the school is going to be built, you have like cars going right to get to the mall, then you have cars going right a few yards to go to right on Hamisha, then you have cars going straight, then you have cars going left. So that will be the spot next to the school. I don't know how we're adding another, route to go to the school itself. The other thing is environmental. I mean, as is, like with the gas emission, it's like we can be building on every lot that we have vacant. For myself, even if I want to take a half an hour, 20 minutes walk, I drive away from Hamisha and Chase. Like I can't walk on Hamisha and Chase. I'd be driving somewhere else to go take a walk. So, I mean, we were called San Diego, America's finest city for a reason. We're not Los Angeles here. But like, again, my concern is the accidents and the traffic. And it falls on a spot, the school will be on a spot that's so close to traffic light that's two major roads in El Cajon, Chase and Hamisha. That's like highways with the speed and congestion. Thank you very much. We're not I want to say we're not against the school. I was a teacher myself, but I highly respect whatever they said about the school. Like we salute you, but we're against the location.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is 9300. 9300. 9300, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself. And again, if you don't respond, we will come back to you. Our next caller is 2411. 2411.
Hello there. My name is Christine Anderson, and I live about a mile away from the school near Forte Elementary. My main concern is with the traffic. The charter school has approximately 450 anticipated students. It will dramatically increase the traffic. If you try to enter Chase from any residential street west, it is now, right now, very difficult to turn left or right. I have seen many accidents and feel extremely fearful when I go to those corners now, let alone when there's 400 more cars and when some of the drivers are young drivers. The backup some days goes all the way to Old Chase when the school is in session or kids are trying to get to Valhalla. I live near Forte Elementary, and they have a supervised drop-off, like what the charter school is recommending, a supervised drop-off. But even with the supervision on the road, the traffic stops in front of Forte. Yesterday, it was at a standstill. I was sitting there for 3 minutes trying to get to my home because traffic was stopped. I can't imagine if an emergency vehicle would have needed to get through that area. This project does not create a community benefit. It is not safe from a traffic point of view, and it cannot be mitigated, unfortunately. In closing, I've been on this telephone call for nearly 3 hours, and I've come to understand the people and the teachers, the administrators at Liberty High School are good people and great people and are very motivated for the benefit of their children. But for the sake of those children, please do not approve this project. I recommend that just for the community standpoint and the children, that you do not pass the major use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4235. 4235. And again, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself after we call your number. 4235.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Ann Tilly, and I'd like to speak to some matters that are different from other people so far. I did an examination of the Liberty School board minutes from 2014 on, and there's some interesting things that I found. First off, in 2014, the board authorized the opening of escrow on the property. In 2015, November, Leo Espelette volunteered to do the traffic study that was needed. I guess he works for Kimley Horn. He also had his wife as a teacher at the school and 2 children attending at the school. So one wonders if there is a conflict of interest there. I'd also like to state that the conversations so far have not dealt with the flawed study or in really any substantive way from the people who have spoken in favor of the school. Lastly, I want to say that there are alternatives to small high schools in the public Grossmont High School sector. There are 2 small high schools with 500 students or less that are put together especially to help students who need smaller classrooms. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0940. 0940.
Hi, my name's Darren Shallock, and I've had 2 daughters graduate from the school. I currently have a son who is at their high school. Now, I'm not going to mislead anyone. I understand the challenges of traffic, just like I'm sure El Capitan High School has, and West Hills, Granite Hills, Grossmont, and all the others. The reality is what people are saying is true on both sides, but you can't put a price on the education that Liberty Charter and their great teachers and admin are offering because of this high school. I am fully in support of building the high school there, and I've lived in East County over 46 years, my entire life, and I currently live just down the street. As a matter of fact, I would be personally willing to donate freely of my own time to help build the school, even though I know I won't be asked to do so. And that is the admiration I have for the challenges they've been going through, yet they continue to fight for what they know to be right. Again, I fully support the building of the high school there, and we just need to do the right thing. The school is a good school. The property, whether it's there or in Santee or in Lakeside or in Lemon Grove, will have traffic no matter what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3540. 3540. You need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
We're having trouble hearing.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, perfect. Hey, I just wanted to call in and say, my name is Troy Mack. I live in the neighborhood directly above the facility location. And while everything sounds fantastic with regard to Liberty Schools, the staff, the curriculum, the success they've had, it's all great. I don't think anybody's refuting that. But putting a school, a high school, where you're going to have young, inexperienced drivers coming in and out of a location that is on the corner of that intersection would be a travesty. It's an accident waiting to happen, and it's hazardous for the folks that live directly in the community. I understand that there's a lot of folks that are really behind the whole philosophy and narrative of Liberty Charter Schools. I'm a big fan of charter schools myself, but not in a destination where it's going to prove hazardous for the residents surrounding it as well as the students that are participating in it. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to begin recalling the numbers that I've previously called who didn't respond. So as a reminder, once I call your phone number, please press *6 to unmute yourself and then state your name, and then you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. So we'll begin with 6907. 6907.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Mabel Wickfall, and I would like to thank the board for the time you've given me to speak on behalf of Liberty Concerns. And a special thanks to Supervisor Diane Jacobs for the good work she has done in our community. I oppose the building of Liberty High School for the simple reason that it is a very unsafe site for a school. The traffic at Chase and Hamashaw is very busy and dangerous. My daughter was in a serious accident at that location, and as you have heard, there have been other serious accidents occurring at that same location. Next door to the proposed site, there's a strip mall which consists of a liquor store, vape store, and a massage parlor. I don't think we want or need to put our precious children in this type of setting when we don't have to. We have 8 high schools within a 5-mile radius, with Valhalla High School a few blocks away. There are 8 elementary schools and 1 community college in this area, all using Chase Avenue and Hamashaw Boulevard for transporting students to and from school. The Chase Avenue nickname is Freeway Chase, so you can imagine the traffic on that freeway. I ask, please, please, please vote no on the building of the site, building of the school on this dangerous site. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6386. 6386.
Hi, good morning. Oops. My name is Priscilla Schreiber, and I've been previously introduced. Thank you for this time to address the supervisors. I'm a proud grandparent of Literacy First third grade student. I come before you today representing our board to reiterate our position and to direct your attention to the many voices in support of this project as recorded in the administrative record before you. We are respectful of your time and due diligence in reviewing the record. We greatly appreciate the work of your staff who helped us in addressing the community impact concerns regarding the high school and the proposed neighborhood. Their expertise and assistance throughout this long and challenging process has been extremely beneficial. We believe we have complied with every aspect of the project required to successfully relocate our high school to its new home, contiguous with our other campuses. The vision of Literacy First Charter Schools High School is to provide a seamless educational program close to home through graduation. Our purpose is to continue delivering a more highly personalized small school option consistent with the attention students received since first coming to Literacy First Charter Schools. Our organization operates on the model that smaller schools build strong communities. Literacy First addresses profound issues around equity and access to education. Statistically speaking, 55% of our students receive free and reduced lunch, and almost 32% of our students speak English as a second language. This property was once owned by another local school district and a potential for future planning for a school on that site. We know that no project is without opposition and honest concerns. However, we sincerely hope that any political efforts by those who think they are the only ones who can provide a rewarding high school experience for our students will not prevail. These concerns here today should not be solely put on the backs of a choice school. This fight to build a school to serve the needs of families is not foreign to me. Our issue is student and community safety as well as the teachers and the community. That Grossmont is not doing their part as our school is not even built yet, and all these issues are being placed on the backs of the Literacy First families.
Thank you.
It has been our desire to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1287. 1287. Again, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, thank you to the County Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Dowd Furlong. I live less than a mile from the proposed site, and I'm completely opposed to the building of Liberty Charter at this site. I do not oppose the existence of Liberty Charter School at all. It sounds like a wonderful school. However, that is not at all what is in debate today. I'm very concerned about the traffic congestion and danger. I have a child who attends Valhalla High School and is a new driver, and 2 children at Hillsdale Middle School. We drive these streets every day and encounter traffic and dangerous driving as it is right now. We also frequent the local businesses nearby, and driving in and out of these sites as well as parking is already a concern. I'm not sure why Liberty Charter is pursuing this site as it is so congested and with so much public opposition. I don't believe an accurate traffic study or environmental impact report has been completed, and would ask the Board of Supervisors to approve the appeal and at the very least require Liberty Charter to do an environmental impact report and valid traffic study. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8714. 8714.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. My name is Dale Kriebel, and I live in the neighborhood immediately above the proposed school site. I've reviewed documents offered by the county staff and have attended meetings of the Valley d'Oro Planning Group, and I oppose the proposed permit for the project at this site. I'm speaking today because I find offensive the county's blatant disregard, at least thus far, for the community impacted by this project. Positive responses pointed to in county staff's report glazes over the fact that those comments are from individuals and businesses associated with the school who have been energized to say how great the school is which is entirely irrelevant. These individuals come from outside the area and will be commuting in and out, causing the traffic and safety issues that have been highlighted. Their interest is limited to the duration of their students' high school stay, whereas the impact of the community is lifelong. Other than those associated with the school, no public support exists for this location. On the other hand, you've heard objections to this project's location from numerous residents and community groups, including the Valley d'Oro Planning Group, whose unanimous no vote has been disregarded. The voice of the community being actually impacted is completely ignored in favor of outside interests who do not serve any real community needs, but rather bring problems to bear in an area that cannot handle a project of this scope. You've been elected to represent the needs and best interests of the communities that you serve. In this case, that responsibility requires you to deny the permit for the school to be built in this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5435. 5435. Again, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself. 5435. And if you don't respond, we will come back to you one final time before we close testimony on this item. So we will move on to 1272. 1272.
Hi, yes, this is Sean Howarder. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Obviously, I've been on hold for about 3 hours now, so anything that I would say is already been said, but I just wanted to go on record as supporting the school and its location, and yeah, that's it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1293. 1293.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Gabriel, and I wanted to thank the County Board of Supervisors for listening to our concerns from our community. I am opposed of the Liberty Charter High School because it is not a safe place to put a school. I live on Brayton Way and have been there for about 20 years. In that time, Chase Avenue has become more and more dangerous. It is like a freeway. When I leave my home to get onto Chase Avenue, it is difficult any time of day and extremely bad in the mornings and evenings. I might wait up to 5 minutes to pull out. Chase is dangerous and we cannot afford more traffic due to an already high number of accidents and speeding. My husband and son were rear-ended trying to turn left onto Brayton Way and then pushed into oncoming traffic heading west on Chase and then clipped and pushed into the berm. The car was totaled. An extra turn lane will not help the situation. It is not a safe place to put a school. Please consider all of the dangerous issues with traffic, speeding, and extra congestion, and how it will affect our community. Please deny the MUP to build a high school at this site. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9300. 9300.
Hi, good morning. It's 9300. I'm sorry I missed you the first time.
No problem.
I'm George Mike Johnson. Thank you all, supervisors. I oppose the building of the Liberty Charter School at the proposed location on Chase Avenue. My wife and I live near Valhalla High School, and we travel on Chase Avenue numerous times daily. Our 5 kids attended Valhalla, Hillsdale, Vista Grande, and participated in the school crossing program at Vista Grande. We know the area. We believe there will be an excessive traffic confusion between the existing traffic from the exiting traffic from the school and the traffic exiting the businesses onto Chase Avenue that are between the school and Hamishaw Road. The congestion at that traffic light at Chase Avenue and Hamishaw, attempting to make left, right turns and onto Hamishaw Road, continue onward on the Chase, will all create a very congested and confusing area. This backup traffic will also back the cars up Chase Avenue through the exits and the entrance to the school past Brayton Way and Fuerte Drive. This backup and congestion would put the students and the community at greater risk for injury. It is simply an unsafe location for all. I'm asking to deny the MUP to build a high school at the proposed site. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1253. 1253. 1253.
Hi, good morning.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Loudon. I'm with LDN Consulting. I'm part of the consulting team for Liberty High School, so I'm here just to answer any questions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And our next caller is 2571. 2571. 2571.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi. Sorry about that. Hey, thanks for letting me talk with you all. My name is Jonathan Abbas, and I am the PE teacher, student leadership advisor, and boys volleyball coach at Liberty Charter. I know people might be worried about high school students running around busy streets. However, students are different here because of the amount of time that we spend with them through kindergarten through 8th grade on character and being positive citizens in the community. Over the past 8 years I have been with this school, we have had hundreds of students serve the community in what we call Unity Week. During this week, we have served our neighbors with activities like park cleanup, leading youth sports at Vernon Elementary School, painted over graffiti in the park, playing games at Senior Home in Lemon Grove, and partnered with Lemon Grove Recreation Department on trash cleanup in the neighborhood. This school cares for and enriches the community that we are in, and I support Liberty Charter being built at this location. In time, I know those who oppose the school being built will see that we will be a positive influence in their community. Thank you again for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. And then this is the final call for 5435. 5435. If you would like to address the board on this item, please press *6 now. 5435.
Hello there.
Hi there.
This is Debbie Crass. I'm calling you today in opposition of the project. My comment today is an attempt to bring clarity to the issue of building the Liberty Charter School at the site on Chase Avenue. This issue is not about the charter school. No one is at issue with the quality of the school or its programs. Therefore, the comments from Liberty Charter parents who like and support the school is not at issue. What is at issue is building the school at this site. On one hand, you have representatives and parents of the charter school who strongly support the school, and on the other, you have the following groups against building the school: the Grossmont Union High School District, the City of El Cajon, Valley d'Oro Planning Commission is a duly elected planning group, same as Board of Supervisors, and a community group who represents over 800 residents. All of these groups strongly oppose the site for traffic and safety reasons. This group of citizen residents has hired a professional organization to review the traffic study of record. This study presents substantial new evidence that the original study used by this board is flawed based on outdated information and bypasses current legal requirements and is not accurate. In addition, as we learn, I request that the group deny the MUP. The only reasonable and rational decision the board can make is to require a full environmental impact study focused on traffic safety. Thank you very much for listening to our comments today.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item. Chairman Cox.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we've gone through a lot of public testimony and presentations by groups and individuals, and I sincerely thank everyone for their input on this particular item. Supervisor Jacob, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to everyone that has held in there for the last, 3 hours, and all the testimony that's been given. I appreciate it. I've listened to every one of the speakers. I read over all of the information that has been provided to us, and it's very, very lengthy. One issue, though, I think I should get cleared up. There was an allegation a few hours ago about whether or not I should recuse myself because I know Priscilla Schreiber. I actually know Debbie Byer too. And I also know people on the opposition side of this project. So to counsel the question, just because a member of the Board of Supervisors knows someone on either side of an issue on a land use project, is that reason for a recusal?
No, it is not.
Thank you. I didn't think so, but I wanted to hear it from our attorney. Right out of the gate, I want to compliment the charter school, Liberty Charter School folks. There's no question in my mind that you run a great organization. Knowing Debbie, knowing Priscilla, and hearing from some of you, you do a great job. That's not the issue here. And as you know, I'm a big supporter of charter schools. I testified before the Grossmont Union High School board on several occasions supporting Helix High School, my alma mater, becoming a charter, and also Steel Canyon, and they're two of the flagship schools in the district as a result of becoming a charter. But this is not about the school. This is a land use decision that we must deal with. And the question before us today is whether or not this is the right location for the project that is before the board. It is a major use permit, which means that there are special findings that have to be made. The area, as staff had indicated earlier, is in our general plan. It is zoned for 16 homes that would be allowed by right on the site. And if we looked at the average daily traffic that would be generated from 16 homes versus what we're looking at here, it would be substantially different. This is clearly a far more intense use for the property. As I indicated also earlier, I am well familiar with Chase Avenue, Hemishaw, and the intersection that we're talking about here. And obviously the traffic issue poses some great challenges for the school, for the students, for the teachers there, for the traveling public. It's a very, very busy area. Chase Avenue, that it has been indicated by some of the speakers, is a direct route right to Highway 8, which is a major freeway running east-west in East County. And Chase Avenue oftentimes is like a freeway, although it was never intended to be a freeway. It's a very busy intersection also there at Chase and Hemishaw, and traffic and safety is my main concern here. I believe in listening to the testimony that we've got flawed traffic information, we've got conflicting traffic data, and there's absolutely no question in my mind that there would be a negative impact, not only on the traffic on Chase Avenue, but also the intersection of Hemishaw and Chase, and also on Hemishaw. When you look at cars in and out of the school and the intersection, that would create, in my opinion, a very dangerous situation that would be jeopardizing the safety of the traveling public. And this project will already make a bad situation worse. Let me talk about the traffic a little bit. With all due respect to staff and the traffic engineers that have brought this information to the board, the traffic mitigation, in my opinion, is a joke. To even think that you're going to bring a level of service F on Chase Avenue with a turn lane and just widening out a small portion of Chase Avenue, and to bring that Chase Avenue from level of service F to a C, are you kidding me? There is no way. There is no way that that is going to happen. Let me tell you how I have concluded the traffic issue based on what I've heard. First of all, the traffic numbers are out of date, and that was indicated by a letter from the Department of Transportation. The traffic information, 4 years old, and also using the Sandag trip generation, in my opinion, is flawed. That is not reality. What is reality on the traffic numbers is what already exists at the school in Lemon Grove. That is something we know, not something that we're projecting. And what we do know there are 350 students, not 450 that's proposed for this site. So using just the 350, based on the numbers and the testimony, the AM traffic in the morning going in and out of the school would be 308 plus cars. And that's based on the 350 number, not the 450 number. So 308 cars going in and out of the school just in the morning is significantly more than the 117 that the staff has in their reports. Significant, almost 3 times as much. And then queuing up on the left turn lane going west on Chase, there would be 15 cars maximum in that queue. On site, 28 cars. So you've got 43 cars then that would be queued up, both taking a left turn off of Chase and then into the school, and then the school queuing up on site. So what happens then to the other 265 cars in the morning trying to get in and out of the school? I can tell you what would happen. Massive congestion and backup on Chase and even on Hemishaw, most likely. So the trip generation is grossly underestimated based on what we know at the current school site. That information and the analysis that was provided to us today, my understanding, was not provided to the Planning Commission. So as much as when I came into this hearing, I thought, well, maybe, just maybe, this could be referred back to staff and have the school do a further environmental work and focus on the traffic in particular. After what I've heard, I no longer think that that would be a fair thing to do. To require the school to spend a lot of money doing more information on the traffic and to try to come up with some mitigation that would be financially feasible. I believe the only mitigation that would be financially, that would not be financially feasible, and the reason I say that is you're gonna have to 4-lane Chase Avenue for quite a long distance to come anywhere near mitigating the traffic impacts. And then you have to look at the intersection of Chase and Hemishaw also. So we're talking about not only a lot of money being spent on a focused environmental impact report addressing the traffic issue, but in my opinion, that there is no way that the school is going to afford to be able to fully mitigate the congestion that would be occurring here. So having said that, I think, and it's been mentioned a couple times, that there are some alternative locations. I think it's unfortunate that we got this far with this project, with the problems that are before us today, but I think seeking an alternate location and working with the community, with the planning group. I mean, we're looking at overwhelming opposition to this project. And by and large, it's people who live in the area. People who live in the area that know the area best because they use these roadways. We've got opposition from the Valley Dior Planning Group, from this Save Our School, Save the SOS group, Grossmont Mile Helix Improvement Association, which represents this area. We've got the superintendent of the Grossmont Union High School District. And my conclusion is the traffic cannot be mitigated, and I would not want to put the school through the expense of the EIR only to come back with the expense of some massive mitigation, which may not end up being feasible. So my motion would be today to grant the appeals of the Valley Dior Planning Group and the SOS Group and to deny the project.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Jacob. Is there a second to that motion?
Happy to second that motion.
Okay. Further discussion? Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. I'd like staff to answer a couple of questions if they could for me. There was, quite a bit of talk about traffic. There was a gentleman had trip generation tables, talking about the age of the data, the travel lanes on Chase. Could you readdress, I know you've done this already, but ask staff to readdress the traffic concerns that were brought up during public testimony?
Through the chair, Supervisor Desmond, I have reviewed the original traffic study, the subsequent peer review of the traffic study, and the rebuttal to the traffic study and the supplemental to the traffic study that was done. I also analyzed all of the accident information that was presented. And more importantly, I focused and reviewed the accident data in front of the other high schools that were brought up as part of this presentation. And I also prepared the accident analysis at the intersection of Hamisha and Chase Avenue. And I've also reviewed the accidents along Chase Avenue within the 1.2 mile corridor that is within the unincorporated county east of where the city of El Cajon limits to the intersection of Chase Avenue and Hamisha Boulevard. With regards to the trip generation that was discussed, at the time the traffic study was being prepared, the methodology that was presented to the general consultants was consistently used as part of this analysis also. Subsequently, as part of the supplemental study that the applicant's consultant prepared, the appropriate rates of trip generation as evidenced by the existing school operations were used, and consequently the supplemental study did account for the increased trip rates that were ascertained at the intersection. With regards to the need for a further EIR and a focused traffic impact study versus a full traffic impact study, specific to the traffic analysis, the only facet that will change from being a focused traffic impact study, MND, versus a full-blown EIR would be the cumulative impacts that would have to be chased down and the consequential mitigation of the cumulative impacts, which will be paid through a traffic impact fee methodology. So with regards to whether a TIA is done through an MND or a full-blown EIR, specific to traffic, the only facet will be the mitigation and consequential payment into the TIF area. Another issue that was brought up was the study area. And as evidence and as required by both Caltrans and the county requirements, the traffic analysis requires within the county area to chase down to the last 25 trips that would be ascertained to an intersection to analyze. And within the Caltrans area, it will be up to 50 trips that will be analyzed. And this focused traffic study did account for that analysis also.
Okay. I need a little more English. As far as traffic talk here, there's a lot of talk about queuing up of cars in the on Chase Avenue coming in the morning. I mean, it kind of looks like that's the case, but I guess with the turn lane, or you're confident that that traffic backup is not going to be an issue, or will be mitigated. I'm not sure.
Sure, Supervisor Desmond. We did analyze the queuing that exists today versus what it would be with regards to a project coming in at this site. And we're just pulling up a slide that will show you the analysis. Actually, can we show this slide, Laura? This slide which analyzes all four? Okay, we can speak to this. Supervisor Desmond, as you will see on this graphic, on the top portion of the slide, you'll see the existing traffic as it backs up today. And the community is absolutely right. They perform a de facto right turn lane while there is no designated right turn pocket, but the queue starts backing up. And as the through traffic is building up, there is be difficulty for traffic to get into that left turn or to make the right turn pocket. But with the projected improvements that this project has been conditioned to improve, the right turn lane will essentially function in such a way that there is be no backup in the right turn pocket. And then consequently, the left turn lane will also have adequate storage to safely store the left turn traffic at every single cycle of the traffic signal operations.
All right, that's clear. Thank you. I appreciate that, re-showing that picture here. Let's see. I appreciate. Thanks for the answer. You know, I kind of struggle with this because every project, whether it's a school project or it's a a housing project or anything else, they say it's a beautiful project. It's just not here, and there's never a perfect here. There's never a perfect spot to be. And so, and when I was mayor of a city for 12 years, we had a lot of issues with schools and traffic at the schools and things like that. And usually the traffic at the school is about 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the afternoon. And I tell people, that's there, avoid it. I mean, it's if you don't want to, go through that. But there's always been issues, and then what happens is usually once a school is there, they'll start pointing fingers at each other, saying, okay, well, it's the city's fault or the county's fault for not putting the proper roads in. And the schools will say, hey, it's not on our property. We're controlling the traffic on our property, but not the, we can't do anything off-site. So what I'd like to propose is to have a traffic operations plan with teeth that if this project, if it gets voted down, okay, if there's a possible way that we can, cure the traffic or have some sort of traffic plan in place that has teeth to it, I'd be in favor of that. And so I'd like to, I guess, make a substitute motion to deny the appeal and add a condition, 2 parts to the condition, a plan and then the teeth, but a plan that will detail the daily traffic operations on site during drop-off and pickup times and explain how the school administrators will monitor the off-site traffic and off-site parking and assist parents with compliance. So this plan should be in place and accepted by the county prior to the issuance of any building permits. The plan should also allow flexibility in the school's intended start and stop times. I heard there was only one time originally from one of the speakers, and to assure avoidance of conflicts with nearby schools. If the other schools are starting at 8:30, that's not a good idea. So the plan that the schools would have the school would have to submit a plan for their daily operation plan for drop-off and pickup times and monitoring traffic off-site and assist and parking off-site and assist parents with compliance. Then the teeth would be adding a condition to the MUP requiring the major use permit, requiring ongoing conformance with the approved on-site traffic operations plan for the life of the MUP. So in the event of non-compliance with the plan, the applicant would receive a written notice from the county and will have 30 days to respond and resolve any inconsistency. Subject to review, modification, or even revocation by the Planning Commission. That'd be my motion. I know it's long-winded, Mr. Chair, but basically it's a plan with 2 parts with teeth, and it would have to be approved by the county and an approval between the county and the school.
Mr. Desmond, this is Andrew, clerk of the board. Your video froze at the moment when you were describing the 30 days to respond and resolve. If you could continue with that, the rest of your motion. If there were... Okay,
they would have 30 days to resolve or respond and resolve any inconsistency to the approved plan. And should the school fail to comply with their approved plan after 30 days, the MUP would be subject to review, modification, or even revocation by the Planning Commission. So basically putting the onus on the school, saying, look, we know you want to be a good neighbor. We know you want to be in handling traffic, but you got to show us you're going to do it. We have to approve what your plan is. If you don't comply, there's responsibility or there'll be action.
Okay, we have a substitute motion by Vice Chairman Desmond. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we now have a second. Does staff want to respond to the conditions that Vice Chairman Desmond has put on his motion?
Chairman Cox, staff doesn't have any concerns related to the conditions imposed by the supervisor. Those could be added to the use permit and enforced as the supervisor outlined.
Very good. Additional comments?
Mr. Chairman, I would only say that unfortunately, Supervisor Desmond does not know this location. I think what he's trying to do is put a square peg in a round hole. If I thought there was a chance that this would work, believe me, I would refer it back with conditions, further analysis of the traffic, even looking at the cumulative traffic impacts. The thought of just putting money into a pot, which is the traffic impact fund, would mitigate cumulative traffic impacts. It just doesn't work. You really need to recognize that in the end, improvements, major improvements would have to be made to Chase Avenue. I don't think it's fair to put the school through all of these hoops just to end up in a negative situation. I would hope that my colleagues would recognize that this project is in my district. I think what I am proposing is a fair thing all the way around, and that I know the opposition to this is quite legitimate, and I would hope that at least a majority of my colleagues would respect my position on this and the position of hundreds of people and the organizations that oppose this project. So I will not support the substitute motion.
Okay, additional comments? I'm going to support the substitute motion, and I have great respect for Supervisor Jacob and her judgment. But I think in this case, I think that we've got our own planners that are supportive of the project, the Planning Commission. I understand the local community opposition. That's something that I think is not unexpected in any project. I do think the additional conditions that have been put on by Supervisor or Vice Chairman Desmond, I think will address a number of the concerns, not all of the concerns, but I feel comfortable in at least allowing our staff to further evaluate and come back in regards to this item. So I'm gonna support the substitute motion. Any further discussion?
Could we have the clerk repeat it?
Sure.
Thank you, Supervisor Jacob. The motion is to deny the appeal, develop a plan that details the traffic operations on site during drop-off and pickup, explain how the school will monitor the off-site parking and traffic, assisting parents with compliance. And this plan would be in place prior to the issuance of building permits. It would also ensure avoidance of conflict with other schools. And there would be a condition applied to the major use permit that would require ongoing conformance with the approved on-site traffic operations plan for the life of the MUP. And if there are non-compliance issues, then the county will issue a written notice providing the 30 days to respond and resolve. If there's a failure to comply, the major use permit would be subject to review, modification, or revocation by the Planning Commission.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll? This is on the substitute motion.
Yes, and just wanted to clarify that that includes the remainder of the staff recommendations as well.
That's my understanding, Supervisor Desmond. I assume that's the intent of your motion?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. And the seconder?
Thank you. With that, Chairman Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
No.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Sure, no.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes with Supervisor Jacob and Supervisor Fletcher voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, the last item that we have before us today is item number 6. This is an administrative item. This is the third consideration and adoption of ordinances, administrative actions and ordinances to retitle the Department of Environmental Health to the Department of Environmental Health and Quality and implement associated organizational changes. We do have a brief staff presentation, and I believe at last count we had 22 speakers that are individuals that wanted to speak on this item. Again, we'll allow 2 minutes per speaker, and we'll go ahead and ask Sarah or whoever on her staff, I guess maybe Helen is going to give the presentation or staff comments on this item.
Before we begin the presentation, for those individuals that requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. You will be muted until it is your turn to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I do not normally sit in on Wednesday agenda items, but this item is a significant one that you asked me to weigh in on, since it is an organizational in nature and normally not something that would require board action. You took a pause at the last board meeting and asked Sarah and the team to take some more time to do more outreach with our stakeholders and employees, and that's been very helpful, so thank you very much for that. I've been engaged in this issue for a couple years as we have considered ways to improve service to our customers in all environmental health matters and enhance our own internal operations. The reorganization decision was not made lightly or without a lot of analysis on best practices across other counties. I personally talked to my colleagues at other large urban counties and with a few of the smaller county ones as well. And I believe the proposed changes to DEH are the right thing to do. Having said that, though, the pause allowed me to take time to further engage and go a little bit deeper into some of the comments that were raised. Since the last hearing, we have taken several actions. First and foremost, I met with Council to review any potential 1090 issue that may have arisen. After a thorough review, Council has assured me there is no violation or even potential violation based on the proposed ordinance changes. County Counsel Tom Montgomery joins me on the dais today and would be happy to answer any questions, any legal questions you may have on this matter if needed. Additionally, since the last meeting, the team has had additional stakeholder meetings, and we received letters of support for the reorganization from the 17-member board-appointed Environmental Health Advisory Board, the Restaurant Association, Food and Beverage Association, Lodging Association, and Waste Disposal Association. Leadership also met with Biocom and IEA, and based on their input specifically, we have identified some modifications to the minimum requirements in the job specs to ensure science background and experience is included. We have agreed that the Deputy Director over non-health officer programs will have a bachelor's degree with at least 30 semester units of biological, physical, or environmental science courses and 3 years of management level experience in an environmental agency, organization, or company. The department head will have 5 years of management experience in an environmental agency, organization, or company with leadership experience in complex environmental health programs, managing public or environmental health situations of a regional nature, and other requirements such as working knowledge of fiscal aspects of programs and fostering relationships with diverse stakeholder groups. A REHS certification or other environmental certification or registration will be included as highly desirable for both of these positions. These changes do not impact the ordinance. If the reorg is approved today, the appropriate amendments to reflect these qualifications will be made in the compensation ordinance. I am hopeful these changes address all the issues raised by Biocom and IEA, specifically at the last hearing. Also, leadership has had additional sessions with employees and with retirees to hear their thoughts. We have a significant amount of support, but there continues to be concerns, as there always are when we make organizational changes. We will continue to work with staff to address issues as we move to the new structure. We have an extraordinary group of dedicated employees in the department. So even though we may not agree on everything, we can always find common ground to build upon. For example, several hazardous materials division staff have expressed their perspectives that their roles are aligned with first responders. This is something that would require further review as well as meet and confer with our labor unions. It's definitely something that merits further consideration, even though it does not impact today's action. Lastly, let me assure employees, retirees, industry members, and you that this proposed change does not lose sight of the importance of the science and technical nature of our work. REHS is a critical piece of some of the work we do, but there are other science-based experience and administrative leadership skills that are also critical. So I thank those petitioners who took the time to elevate these issues to make sure that we don't lose sight of this and that we could work together to find an appropriate way to move forward. Sarah played a critical role in helping me with these solutions and is firmly committed to ensuring they are successfully implemented. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will turn it back over to you. Sarah, Amy, and Rebecca are here with me in the chamber and prepared to go over any of the information presented at the previous hearings if there is a desire to hear any of it again. Otherwise, we are all available to answer any specific questions you or the speakers may have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam CAO. Are there any questions of the Chief Administrative Officer before we get to the public testimony? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and ask the clerk of the board to call up the first speakers. And again, we remind you, you're limited to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. I'll also note for the record that we received one e-comment on this item. We'll be calling speakers, excuse me, by the last 4 digits of their phone number, and you'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record, and you'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I'll remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller.
Yes, thank you. Our first caller is 4300. 4300. You need to press *6 to unmute yourself. And if you don't respond when we, oh, here we go.
Okay. This is Stephen Zolezi. I'm Vice Chair of the EHAB, the Environmental Health Advisory Board. The board did discuss this topic and voted unanimously to support the proposed organizational change to County of San Diego's Department of Environmental Health. We recognize that there has been and is an increase and will be an increase in efficiency between the operation of the whole department given non-health as opposed to health programs. And we look back at you, the Board of Supervisors. You have a Chief Administrative Officer who similarly takes care of those kinds of operation. So this is really a replication of what you have already instituted for the operation of the county. And also this would put San Diego County DEH in line with the majority of other counties within the state of California. So we strongly support this issue and would hope that you do support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2143. 2143.
Hi there, this is Namara Mercer, the Executive Director for the San Diego County Lodging Association. I'm calling on behalf of our membership and in support of the organizational changes proposed for the Department of Environmental Health. Our organization has had a great relationship with the Department of Environmental Health and have great respect for the DEH team. And we support this proposal, feel that it's been vetted, and we request that you support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4209. 4209. 4209. You need to press *6 to unmute yourself. And again, if we don't hear from you when we call your number, we will come back to you. So we will move on to 6528. 6528.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and members of the board. My name is Arlene Gerfield. I'm a resident of District 3 and a supervisor in the Department of Environmental Health. I am deeply committed to ensuring the service and protection of our community is based on sound scientific evidence and proper conduct. I'm very happy to hear the newly revised educational requirements that will require the deputy director will have a bachelor degree in a science-based field, but I am concerned that this is not a requirement for the department head. I would like to highlight 3 important facts that were not presented to the board, stakeholders, and to DEH staff. First, there have been several presentations focused on the statistics around all 58 counties in the state of California, but the more relevant comparison would be to evaluate the largest counties based on the populations they serve. If we evaluate the 10 largest counties in California, they account for 72% of the state's population. 6 are under public health, and 4 under our standalone DEH, our Department of Environmental Health departments. All of these environmental health programs are led by department heads with scientific or health-based education and expertise, which include MDs, PhDs, MPHs, REHSs, and registered nurses or other science-based credential. If these proposed changes are approved, San Diego County Department of Environmental Health will be the largest and only standalone environmental health department in the state where the director of environmental health is not the department head and the only environmental health program for a county with a population over 600,000 without a leader with a science-based or healthcare background as the department head. As the second largest county in California, this is not a precedent our county should set. Number 2, on several occasions, DEH and lead staff have stated the proposed is based on Sacramento's model to divide health officer programs. What was omitted was the valid certificate of registration as an REHS, which is required for the department head of Sacramento's environmental management department. And furthermore, the ideal candidate would also possess a bachelor's degree. I respectfully request the board to do the right thing and please reject this item for the potential issues and the misrepresentations and omissions that have been made to the board, stakeholders, and staff, and the potential legal issues with government codes 1090 and 87100.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4209. 4209.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Brad Long. I'm an employee with the Department of Environmental Health, and I've been there for approximately 24 years. And I oppose this proposal in front of the board today. I am joined by over 106 other colleagues, both inside and outside of this organization, who see this as having no practical or legal requirement for this change. This proposal will cost tens of thousands of dollars and has cost tens of thousands of dollars, the cost of which has been borne by our businesses and will be borne by our taxpayers. Should you approve this, the cost will rise into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is the same businesses that are paying the bill are the ones that we do permit. These are the same businesses that are surviving are trying to survive during this COVID-19 restrictions that have taken place, many of whom that have temporarily closed down, partially closed their doors, or had to permanently close their doors. And as a result, we have all of those affected employees and taxpayers who are also suffering, many of whom have had to work hard to get benefits. It's been a difficult time, and soon they are going to see those benefits run out. Many of our community members have also had evictions and foreclosures that have been deferred. These deferrals will end, and they will face further hardship. To spend this kind of money at this time on this unnecessary proposal to achieve the stated goals is really tone deaf to the hardships that are being faced by our businesses and our community at this time. Now more than ever, we need to be the best government that we can be and be judicious with every tax dollar that's being spent. Thank you, and I encourage you to oppose this.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9000. 9000. 9000. Again, 9000. You need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks for repeating those instructions. It's been one of those mornings. Good morning, Supervisor Cox, members of the board. This is Jack Monger representing the Industrial Environmental Association. The first thing I would like to do is to thank the board for allowing the extra time in the 11th hour 2 weeks ago when you postponed the final consideration of this issue. It has given us time to meet with Sarah Gassi and her staff to discuss our two key issues having to do with financial or the possibility of additional costs and that impact on fees, as well as an assurance that there will be an emphasis on the importance of a scientific background. After a great deal of discussion with Ms. Agassi and her staff, we are comfortable that the any potential costs have been addressed and are planned as so that there won't be any impact on permit fees or fee processes or fees paid by members, and that has been thoroughly planned for. In addition, we are very happy with the language proposed for the advertising process of filling these positions, as well as in the job description that emphasizes the desirability of the REHS certification. And we think we received a great deal of understanding from the staff on how important that was to industry, and are very comfortable going forward. That will not necessarily be part of the ordinance, but certainly part of an agreement and job description materials. And I guess it just is an example that we don't expect these things to happen and never have to talk about them or monitor them again. IEA will continue to be involved in filling these new positions from the standpoint of watching and making sure that the credentials are, the desired credentials are achieved. So thank you very much again for this opportunity, and we support the moving forward with this issue today.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1214. 1214.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to restate our opinion on this. My name is Ralph Vinge, and I am current chairman of the Environmental Board of the Environmental Health Advisory Board. And at the board meeting a couple months ago, we did vote unanimously to support this. We feel it will be good and the members stay the same. I have nothing to add to my last conversation with you guys. We're in favor of it. There were no oppositions at the board. And I thank you for hearing this. Thank you. Bye now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is 4747. 4747.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and members of the board. My name is Linda Turquette, and I work for the Department of Environmental Health as a Deputy Director. I am calling in support of the proposed changes to the Department of Environmental Health. This proposal provides definition and clarification to the roles of two essential executive positions within the Department of Environmental Health, the Department Head Director and the Divisional Director of Environmental Health, allowing each the opportunity to focus on their important but specific roles, enhancing the overall function and efficiency of the organization. This department, with over 40 program areas, serves the second largest populated county in the state and needs a department head with the leadership skills and business acumen to provide fiscal responsibility and to meet the challenges that come with running a large organization with a $55 million budget and over 300 employees. With operational leadership and other programmatic oversight managed by the department head director, the Director of Environmental Health can truly concentrate on the implementation of the environmental health programs as intended by state law. This is not a dilution of the Director of Environmental Health position, but quite the opposite.
It provides a more concentrated focus and attention to environmental health programs. This benefit is enjoyed by over 80% of the environmental health directors in California, who implement programs at a divisional level and do not act as a department head. Before relocating to San Diego last year, I was employed as a director of environmental health in another county. I also served as a department head and know firsthand the additional responsibility that comes with the administration of a full service department. I became aware while working closely with my colleague directors of environmental health, who were not department heads, that their divisional level responsibilities afforded them greater opportunity to really focus on the programmatic side of environmental health and to participate and affect change in statewide policy and legislation, making a difference in public service delivery and enhancing public health and safety. Thank you for your consideration of support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2716. 2716. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. If we don't hear from you. Oh, hello.
Chairman Cox and Supervisors, my name is Scott Rosecrans, and I was the sole dissenting voice in this action during its first reading. Since then, a lot has happened, but probably not as much as you have been led to believe. You voted 4-1-0 to direct the DH administration to, and I'm paraphrasing, engage the petitioners, which included both former and current DH staff persons. Neither myself nor anyone else who voiced their opposition at the previous board hearing have been approached by the administration. Not one word or written attempt was extended to us individually, which is confusing because Sarah Agassi responded to your motion with the following statement. First of all, truly appreciate everyone who has commented. I think one of the things that's wonderful about our democracy is for individuals to provide their perspective. I'm not so sure she believes this. Her actions suggest otherwise. What did happen was an invitation to staff to attend a video conference call last week scheduled for a whole hour. No one explained the time limitation. During that time, a private consultant, Andy Pendelay, served as supporter/moderator. During the 1 hour, 17-minute, and 50-second proceedings, 10,119 words were spoken. I counted them all and can provide audio, which was provided to me. Not one of those 10,000 plus words were spoken by staff, other than director and chief level staffers whose voices of support appear to be the only perspective our DCAO designed into this proceedings. She did manage to sneak in 3,469 words of her own, over a third of the proceedings. This was not an engagement, a discussion, a conversation, or even a meeting. It was a farce, a way to appease the board and to further promote exclusion rather than inclusion. Not only limit the diversity of thought from staff, but show without question that their voices not only won't be heard, but they won't even be allowed to speak. If you want more of this type of repressive management approach, approve this action and you'll likely get it. This action does not add one position, not one staff hour, yet it purports to resolve the unsustainable management structure that has repeatedly been mentioned during this process. Why is it unsustainable? In the past 6 years, the DCAO has overseen the appointment of a close personal friend to assistant director over more experienced and credentialed staff and instructed them to train her. 2 additional deputy directors, another FHD chief, and several program coordinators were also added.
Thank you.
Somehow things have gotten worse.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next caller is 1725. 1725.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Posibon, and I'm a former Chief Assistant Director and Director of DEH, and I have 30 years of experience. I really do appreciate the request that former employees participate in this process because environmental health is more than a department. It's a mission. And although you've been advised that this is a legally acceptable proposal, I still urge you to require the REHS credential for the department head director because it certifies the knowledge, education, and experience is there to perform the job. A comprehensive statewide exam has to be passed and a code of ethics and continuing education units have to be adhered to in order to keep your license. The scope of environmental health practice is clearly defined in the Health and Safety Code, Section 106-615, and includes all programs in each of the 4 functional divisions, not just those considered health officer programs as presented. This knowledge helps the department head assure that each of the 4 divisions are working synergistically together in setting the vision and direction for the future and being the decision maker for the day-to-day challenges environmental health faces, especially during a crisis and a disaster, and especially now. Instead, perhaps consider starting the recruitment process over and include staff at all levels in the selection process, strengthening leadership training and reinforcing the existing pathways to leadership positions that have long existed within the department for both REHS and non-REHS executive positions would be steps in the right direction. There are very strong and capable leaders within the organization who, with the right amount of support and guidance, can continue to provide the leadership needed to keep the mission of protecting public health and the environment alive for the citizens of San Diego County. Thank you, and congratulations to Supervisors Cox and Jacobs on your very many years of well-respected service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1646. 1646.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you so much, Board of Supervisors. This is Melanie Cohn, Director of Regional Policy and Government Affairs at Biocom. I will be echoing Jack Monger's statement from IEA. We met with Sarah Gassi and her staff several times at length about this proposal, and we really appreciate them working with us to come to an agreement that we can all get behind related to the description of the Director of Environmental Health and Quality and the Deputy Director. We do believe this reflects the request from Biocom members to greater emphasize the scientific background needed for these positions. And while Biocom still does not have an official position on this, we again really appreciate staff's time on it and sort of meeting us in the middle after we expressed some concerns about the previous proposal. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8767. 8767.
Hi, first of all, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Kamisha Nichols, and I work as the Food and Housing Division Chief with the Department of Environmental Health. I've been with the county for 10 months and have over 20 years of experience in the field of environmental health. Prior to this, in 3 counties, Los Angeles, Contra Costa County, and San Mateo County, 2 of which went through a reorganization during my time there to meet the internal needs of the department as well as the public and the customers. Oftentimes, the executive level positions are hard to fill and vacant for long periods of time, but the work still needs to be done. In order to do so, there needs to be balance. The business side and the educational regulatory side working together to meet the needs of the department. Personally, I have an RHS, however, it did not teach me the business aspect of the job. Instead, it's something that was learned and varies from county to county. A good leader is one that can move the department forward with a positive attitude, relies on a staff's technical experience when making decisions, and does what's best for the department and the customers. I am in support of the retitling and organizational change as it will attract more qualified candidates for the department head, balancing the duties of the department and allowing the Director of Environmental Health to focus on their specific roles. Please vote in support of the retitling and organizational change. It is what's best for the department and our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7382. 7382.
Hi, this is Dr. Keisha Clark, and I currently work for the Health and Human Services Agency in the HR department. My specific training is on diversity and inclusion, as well as equity, and recently anti-racism. I'm here to express my support for the retitling of the department, as well as implementing the associated organizational changes. I've been with the county for 8 years, and I have had firsthand experience with organizational restructuring and recruitment being reworded credentials being removed or added that have allowed different and a more diverse pool to be considered for positions. I have also been a person that has benefited from this. So I'm asking that you support this change in moving in the right direction that our county is moving in, especially with our work in equity and racial justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8222. 8222.
Sarah Mattinson. I'm calling today to support the proposed organizational change to the County of San Diego's Department of Environmental Health, DEH. I've worked closely with the DEH in the last few years, from dealing with the fly situation in the beach communities to street vending to dealing and getting advice for COVID-19. I want to thank DEH for their outreach efforts and quick response. I'm in full support of the proposed DEH organizational change before the board today, and I ask that you vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2337. 2337.
Hello, Chairman Cox and members of the board. My name is Heather Bonomo, and I am a registered environmental health specialist who has worked for the County of San Diego Department of Environmental Health for nearly 17 years. And I'm calling today in support of the effort to restructure and retitle the department. I began my career as a student volunteer, growing within the department and having the opportunity to fill a variety of roles, including the REHS coordinator for the entire department. The REHS credential is an important and respected registration for technical work in the field of environmental health. To become an REHS, candidates must possess a Bachelor's of Science and complete 450 to 600 hours of cross-training in environmental health program elements, such as hazardous materials, food safety, water quality, or solid waste, making the REHSs highly trained and qualified inspectors. However, the REHS does not include any education or training on business, finance, public administration, governmental affairs, or human resources management. The skill set needed for a department head is vastly different than that needed to gain environmental regulation compliance. Because DEH is the second largest environmental health program in the state, making the leap from a technical position with experience in supervision to a director of environmental health, who is also the department head, is daunting. By restructuring DEH, where the division director of environmental health can have an increased focus to directly oversee the health officer technical programs, while learning and growing their skill set under a department head director of DEHQ, will improve recruitment and retention of these leadership positions. It will also allow for the recruitment of the best possible leader, whether that individual possesses an REHS or not. Additionally, this will open the position of department head director of DEHQ to the majority of DEH staff who are not required to possess an REHS. As an organization that is committed to continual improvement, the restructuring will allow DEH to have more time to focus on being a statewide leader and innovator. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6210. 6210.
Good afternoon. I am Jeremy Ogle, speaking on behalf of the San Diego County Disposal Association. We represent the franchise solid waste haulers who collect 97% of solid waste generated in the unincorporated area. Our members were briefed by county staff on this proposal recently, and as we understand it, the new organizational structure would place the Solid Waste Local Enforcement Agency, also known as the LEA, under the direct supervision of an REHS credentialed division director. We believe this new structure will benefit the LEA by providing more focused attention by an REHS credentialed division director, while also allowing a broader range of qualified candidates to lead the department as department director. We appreciate the regular dialogue that we've had with the Department of Environmental Health, and we look forward to continuing to build that relationship under the new structure of Department of Environmental Health and Quality. Thanks for considering the perspective of the Disposal Association.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9300. 9300.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and thank you for the time today. My name is Ryan Johnson, and I'm a program coordinator with the Department of Environmental Health, Food and Housing Division, and I'm here today to speak in favor of the restructuring to create the Department of Environmental Health and Quality. I'm speaking as one of the staff that is required to hold an REHS for my role with Food and Housing, and in the time that I've been a program coordinator, I've had the privilege to learn more about what it takes to run this department, and I've seen how much more of a different kind of knowledge and expertise is needed beyond the technical work I was trained and educated to do. From my perspective, so much more goes into this machine, like meetings with board members and their staff, working to secure funding for programs within the department, and interfacing with city officials, the media, and various legal counsels. Definitely not things that my undergraduate work or studying for my REHS would have ever prepared me for, or for most people in our field for that matter. This is where having a department head to focus on this part of our business operation would be beneficial. I've had the opportunity to be a technical resource on multiple occasions for our current directors team, and I've come to embrace the culture they have created and one I expect to continue with the restructuring of our department. One where people in a position to make decisions that impact the whole department rely on those members of their team who have the technical expertise and knowledge to provide the information needed to be used to make the best decision possible. I've heard a lot of concerns people have voiced regarding needing someone with a science background to be qualified as a department head. I've worked with people in my field who did their undergraduate work in fields that range from geology to chemistry and everything in between, some of which have no relation to the work we currently do, but they gained the experience and education they needed while working with our department and learning the different facets of environmental health. Requiring a department head to hold an RHS would also not guarantee that candidates would have the technical knowledge needed to ultimately oversee all divisions, but would be limited to their own personal experience. Restructuring the department so we have a department head specialized to manage the entire department, as well as deputy directors and a divisional director who can focus their energies on the more technical side of our operation, will create a holistic team needed to continue to grow and develop this department, and is why I ask you to vote in favor of this change. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6397. 6397.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and members of the board. My name is Domingo Vigil, and I currently serve as Deputy Director of Environmental Justice at the Air Pollution Control District. But today I'm calling as a county employee in support of item 6, which addresses equity issues in the Department of Environmental Health. The item before you today is not an isolated effort. Throughout this year, LUCH has been engaging employees across its departments to hear their concerns regarding bias and equity, and to take action to address these concerns. During my previous role in the county working with the LUCH office, I collaborated with a group of colleagues across departments and levels of staff to engage staff in this effort. And we organized meetings where staff consistently voiced the need to look at the requirements for positions across LUCH departments and update them as needed to open opportunities that may be denied to highly qualified candidates because of unnecessary requirements. This is something that needs to happen across the county, and today's proposed DEH reorganization is an important step in the right direction. The reorganization addresses an inequity in DEH where 2/3 of the employees cannot aspire to be department heads unless they have a certification that, while valuable for certain programs, is not necessary to be able to lead the entire department. Your approval of the proposed reorganization brings improvements in equity to DEH, and it also sends a positive message to the county organization as a whole, confirming your support of our work as county employees on improving equity, diversity, and inclusion as we continue to build an organization of excellence. Thank you. This concludes my comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6857. 6857.
Good morning, Chairman Cox and members of the board. My name is Erin Jensen, and I'm currently an administrative analyst in the Department of Environmental Health. I'm calling in support of the proposal to retile the department and implement organizational changes. At the November 18th meeting, and again today, you heard from current DEH staff that called in to voice their concerns in opposition. One of the callers referenced a petition they stated was signed by more than 100 people, including former and current DEH staff. However, as a current DEH employee, I never received this petition, nor did any of the coworkers I spoke to. I'm honestly not sure how it was distributed. Had it been sent to me, I would not have been able to complete it, as there was no opportunity to say that you supported the proposal. The petition and survey focus singularly on opposing the proposal, and it does not reflect my opinion. While I understand the desire from those in opposition to want leaders in the department to have a science background, I do not believe that requiring the department head to have a specific certification, in this case, the REHS, to be reflective of the skills and expertise needed to successfully manage this department. Over the course of my 14-year career in public service, I've had the opportunity to work for multiple departments within the County of San Diego. The majority of my experience is working within an executive office. Having worked closely with leaders of different backgrounds, educational levels, and experience, I'm keenly aware of the type of work and responsibilities executive leadership positions demand and the skills needed to be successful. This is a department where the leadership relies heavily upon the technical expertise of staff, and I do not believe this proposal will change that. In my personal experience, I've been encouraged to speak up, and my opinions have been valued, even if my suggestions were not the course of action taken. It is clear to me that the department would only benefit from having leadership positions with distinct roles, with a department head that can focus on the overall needs of the department and a division director that can focus on the technical program needs. I believe the changes brought forth in the proposal will result in maximizing opportunities to attract leaders with the desire and skills required to lead a large and complex organization like DEH. I encourage you to vote yes, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6435. 6435.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cox and members of the board. Chris Duggan with the California Restaurant Association, speaking in strong support of item 6 today. As many of you are aware, the restaurant industry engages in dozens of departments across the state. However, there's one department that the restaurant industry interacts with on a daily basis, and those are county health departments. In San Diego, we are fortunate to work with the Department of Environmental Health and specifically the Food and Housing Division. From processing restaurant health applications to plan check submittals to food facilities inspections, the DEH staff works collaboratively with our owners and staff to ensure restaurants are safe and sanitary for the public to dine in and our team members to work. CRA truly values this strong partnership, which was forged decades ago and has only grown stronger over the past 10 months while we all work through COVID-19. A large part of that belief from our board is primarily due to the outstanding leadership of Ms. Amy Harbert and each individual that works closely with our members within DEH. Therefore, the CRA believes the proposed organizational change before you today strikes a perfect balance of applying proper technical science certifications at specific levels and executive administration backgrounds as a department head. We therefore ask you to support item 6 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8202. 8202.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cox, Board of Supervisors. This is Chef Jeff Rossman from Terra American Bistro and the Terra Hospitality Group. Many of you who I've had the pleasure of working with over the past months during the pandemic in my role as past president of the California Restaurant Association's San Diego chapter. First off, I want to say thank you to the board for all you do for San Diego and all you've done during the past 7 crazy months. Early on, I had the opportunity to speak at press conferences and speak with some of you personally because of our strong relationship with you all and with DEH. Similarly, the Restaurant Association had the opportunity to work with DEH like we've had in the past on many occasions to come together early on during this pandemic, establishing a working group to come up with protocols for the reopening of restaurants in San Diego, which also ultimately got pushed up to Sacramento and then throughout the state. We were able to do this because of Amy Harbert and Heather Bonomo and the way that they felt so comfortable contacting us because they knew we could work together to figure out a solution. We fully support the organizational changes proposed here as DEH is essential to optimizing performance and keeping our relationship moving in a positive direction. As a matter of fact, we have a suggested plan on moving forward together with DEH and the Restaurant Association, putting together educational programs for all restaurant operators and helping to roll this out by working hand in hand with DEH. To help launch this program, it's my belief that this would require someone with more administrative and business background and not as much scientific background to help us bring this to all San Diego restaurants. We strongly value our working partnership with DEH, like what our inspectors have been doing for us, and never has a strong relationship been so crucial. Our industry and association strongly support this measure. Thank you all and happy holidays.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item. Chairman Cox.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Jacob.
Yeah, if I could lead off on this. I was the one that asked for this to be continued for staff to work with stakeholders and those who were both in opposition and those supporting, and the organizations that have weighed in today. And I want to thank Sarah and Helen and for reaching out and doing some additional work, working with the organizations. And I can see that we've got a lot of support. We still have some opposition, although I have to say that my concerns have been addressed today. So without any further discussion, I would move approval of the CAO recommendation on this issue. I think it's a good change. I think some additional changes have come before us as a result of continuing it the last time. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Second. Thank you very much, Supervisor. When we have a second from Supervisor Gaspar, additional comments?
I would just say,
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me.
Sorry, go ahead, Supervisor Gaspar. Your turn.
I just want to relay that I have all the confidence that the director has put a lot of thought into these changes. I appreciate the additional work that the director has put in. There's a certain value to the autonomy of our director to bring forward to the Board of Supervisors what they think is best for the department. And I want to also compliment Amy. I work a lot with the Restaurant Association, and this is someone that they value very much. A wonderful professional, autonomous, very intelligent person in that role. And I have all the confidence in the world that these changes will be positive ones. So thank you very much. I know this has been a tough item for the department. I just want you to know that I think this is a good thing moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'd also like to add my support for the motion on the floor. You know, I have a lot of confidence in our Chief Administrative Officer. Even though she doesn't have a degree in public administration, I think she's done a remarkably good job. And it's with that same thought in mind that I really believe that the Director of Environmental Health and Quality certainly does not need to have the same type of certification, the Registered Environmental Health Specialist or REHS, that would be necessary for the Director of Environmental Health. That'll still be the case with the Director of Environmental Health. They'll have to have the proper certification. But I think what we need in that newer position is someone who's going to be a good manager that has certainly a good financial background, a background in management of a large department and a very important department. I'm particularly impressed with the fact that regulated industry, who we've heard from today from a variety of different regulated industries, are in support of this. I don't think it's going to really increase costs at all for them. I just think it's going to provide a better organizational chart for the County of San Diego. And obviously with the strong support from our Chief Administrative Officer, I think that's something that we need to weigh very carefully. And then finally, I just want to make an observation. I felt after the last meeting that the one individual had been maligned, and I felt bad about that, and that's Amy Harbert. Amy has been with the county for a good number of years. She's been in the Parks and Recreation Department, has had some leadership positions at the Air Pollution Control District, and over the last few months and maybe even years now, she's been over the Department of Environmental Health, served as the acting director. And then during the COVID pandemic, she's actually been the department head during the COVID crisis that we're dealing with. She's also led the liaison with the restaurant industry and many of the other regulated industries. I just think she's done an outstanding job, and I just wanted to say some positive comments about her because I thought she was not treated fairly in the last time we dealt with this issue. Any additional comments? If not, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Jacob?
Aye.
Supervisor Gaspar?
Aye.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
Vice Chairman Desmond?
Aye.
Chairman Cox, that motion passes unanimously with all board members being present and voting aye.
Very good. Before we adjourn today, we have one adjournment in memory, and that'll be presented by Supervisor Nathan Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I'd like to adjourn today's Board of Supervisors meeting in honor of Julius Lozay, a native San Diegan who was a third-generation son of a commercial tuna fisherman. Was a giant in the tuna boat industry and a reverend member of our community, respected member of our community. As the story goes, he got on his first tuna boat at 9 years old because his mother said she couldn't handle him, so she sent him out on the boat. And there he developed a lifelong love of the sea, of the tuna industry. Julius, or Julie, as he was known to his friends and family, continued in this business for 27 years. He held the title of captain for a variety of fishing fleets, became a trusted leader in San Diego and throughout the industry. For those who didn't know, San Diego at one time was the tuna capital of the Pacific, and Julie did a great job making sure everyone knew that. He served as director and president of the American Tuna Boat Association, worked with industry leaders to make sure the infrastructure for the industry was being built, and played an instrumental role in the signing of the South Pacific Tuna Treaty in 1988, which remains in place to this day. Julie also gave back to his community, was involved in the Little Italy Association, was a founding member of the Little Italy Association in the mid-1990s. His family still holds a founding member seat with the association, and his son Tommy is very involved in the Little Italy Association. Julie was preceded in death by his wife, Marietta, in 2017. They were high school sweethearts and were married for 66 years. They raised a beautiful family, which I know all of them will miss them both. Julie's 5 children combined to give them 15 grandchildren, and was 19 great-grandchildren. Our deepest condolences go out to the family. We thank them for the tremendous positive impact they've had. And in honor of Julius Zolez, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, in honor of Julius Zolezi and all the good he did in our community, I adjourn today's meeting in his honor.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. He was a true leader in the community. That completes our business for today, but before we adjourn, I wanted to give the clerk of the board an opportunity to kind of fill everybody in on the schedule of meetings, at least for the first part of next year. This will be our last regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors for the 2020 calendar year. And so, Mr. Clerk, why don't you go ahead and identify those meetings that'll be coming up after the Christmas and New Year's holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The swearing in of newly elected supervisors will take place on Monday, January 4th, 2021 at 10 a.m. The swearing in will be streamed live online for the public. The next meeting of the board will take place on Tuesday, January 5th, 2021 at 9 a.m. with the selection of officers for the 2021 board term. The next regular meeting of the board will take place on Tuesday, January 12th, 2021 at 9 a.m. Chairman Cox, Supervisor Jacob, and Supervisor Gaspar, as your final meeting concludes, I just want to say it has been an honor to serve as a clerk of the board under your leadership. And on behalf of the entire clerk of the board team, thank you, and we wish you the best.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And again, I want to thank and commend my colleagues, Supervisor Gaspar and Supervisor Jacob, for your service to the Board of Supervisors. We wish the best for Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Fletcher and the incoming members of the new board. And I hope everybody has given the circumstances we're dealing with, I hope you have at least an enjoyable Christmas, maybe not a large family Christmas, but an enjoyable Christmas. And certainly 2021 has got to be a much happier new year. With that, we will stand adjourned to the swearing in ceremonies on 10 a.m. January 4th, 2020. Meeting is adjourned.